Why only the chosen women have these 7 hidden marks? The wound is the place where the light enters you. Rumi. Have you ever wondered why certain women carry an invisible strength that sets them apart? Why some seem to endure the darkest storms only to rise with even more grace, wisdom, and power? In today's video on spiritual wisdom, we'll uncover the 7 hidden marks that only chosen women possess, sacred signs that speak of deep purpose, divine selection, and inner transformation. These aren't just traits. They are spiritual imprints shaped by trials, destined for impact. As you listen, reflect on your own journey. Do you recognize any of these marks within yourself or someone you love? If so, leave a comment and share your story below. Your voice might inspire another chosen soul. Let's dive in and let the wisdom begin. 1. Scar that turned into a sword. Chosen women have walked through fires that would have destroyed others. But instead of being consumed, they emerged transformed, carrying not just pain, but power. Their suffering wasn't just an experience, it was an initiation. A sacred trial allowed by the divine not to punish them, but to prepare them. The first hidden mark of a chosen woman is this: the scar that turned into a sword. Scars tell stories, not of defeat, but of survival, of the quiet strength it takes to bleed and still believe. A chosen woman's scar is not a symbol of what broke her, but of what built her. Each wound she carries has been refined by grace, made holy through her perseverance. She did not ask for the battle, but she chose to rise from it. This is what makes her different. While others collapse under pressure, she becomes sharper, clearer, stronger. The same pain that tried to bury her is what forged her into someone the world can no longer ignore. These are not just emotional bruises. They are spiritual signatures, heaven's fingerprint on her life. Like Hannah, she has known what it means to cry in silence, to feel forgotten, to pray when no one listens. And yet, her tears planted something sacred. Hannah's sorrow birthed Samuel, a prophet of nations. Her agony wasn't wasted, it was weaponized. The same is true for the chosen woman. The heartbreak that was meant to harden her heart instead broke it open, allowing divine love to pour in. What was once a wound has now become her worship. Or like Joseph, sold by his brothers, abandoned in a pit, left behind in prison. And yet, none of it could derail what God had declared over his life. Joseph's suffering wasn't a detour, it was a divine setup. His pain didn't stop his purpose, it revealed it. In the same way, the chosen woman carries this mark: pain that became prophecy, rejection that became redirection, the affliction that became her anointing. There is something holy about the woman who suffers silently but still loves loudly, the one who serves even when she's empty, who gives even when no one gives back, who worships while wounded. She knows what it means to feel invisible and still be invaluable. Her scar became a sword the moment she stopped asking, "Why me?" and started declaring, "Use me." This mark cannot be faked. It is not surface-level strength or a mask of resilience. It is soul-deep refinement. You know her by her eyes tired, yet fearless. Her silence still, yet powerful. Her presence gentle, yet immovable. She doesn't need applause. She has alignment. She doesn't seek validation. She embodies revelation. Because she knows, what hurt her didn't hinder her. It handed her the sword. And if you have ever walked through suffering that no one saw, if you have ever worshipped with tears running down your face, if you have forgiven someone who never said sorry, if you have kept believing when every sign said, "Give up," then you carry this mark too. Heaven chose you not in spite of your wounds, but because of what your wounds revealed. That you could carry pain without becoming bitter. That you could hold grief without losing hope. That you could be cut and still choose to heal others. You were not broken, you were becoming. You were not cursed, you were being carved into someone unstoppable. That is why your scar is sacred. That is why your scar became a sword. If this message speaks to your soul, repeat after me. My scars are sacred. My pain has shaped my power. I am chosen for something greater. 2. Divine discontent. They feel a deep, unshakable restlessness, even when life appears good on the outside. It's not about being ungrateful or chasing more. It's a sacred discontent, a divine agitation placed by heaven itself. This stirring is not a flaw. It is an inner compass guiding chosen women toward their greater assignment. Even in comfort, their spirit is unsettled because their soul recognizes that the current situation is too small for what they're meant to carry. It's not that life is wrong, it's just that it's not yet fully right. There's more purpose, more calling, more alignment. And that divine discomfort is what pulls them forward. Like Queen Esther in the palace, these women are often placed in environments that look ideal from the outside, but feel spiritually mismatched within. Esther wasn't just lucky. She was strategically positioned for a divine mission. Her discomfort wasn't a sign of weakness. It was a sign of timing. Heaven stirred her heart so she wouldn't stay silent. In the same way, many chosen women today feel this divine agitation not because they are doing something wrong, but because they are being prepared for something greater. It's a holy preparation disguised as emotional tension. This feeling can show up at unexpected times in a stable career that feels meaningless, in a relationship that lacks depth, or in a lifestyle that others envy, but your soul resists. It's not always dramatic. Sometimes it's quiet, a whisper in the heart, a thought you can't shake, a sense that you are outgrowing the space you're in. That's not ego. That's the echo of your destiny calling. It is a sacred invitation to stretch beyond comfort zones and embrace your divine assignment. Take the story of a young woman named Ava. She had everything society told her she needed: an admirable career in social work, a loving family, and a supportive partner. But each day, something inside her grew louder. She couldn't name it at first. It wasn't depression or burnout. It was a call to do something that aligned more deeply with her soul's truth. Eventually, that sacred restlessness pushed her to start a healing circle for women recovering from trauma, a space that didn't exist before she created it. That discomfort didn't destroy her. It revealed her, and in doing so, it helped heal others. Feeling out of place isn't proof that you're lost. It's a clue that you're being called. The more a chosen woman tries to suppress that restlessness, the louder it becomes. It shows up in her body, her emotions, her dreams, and the moment she dares to listen, she begins to shift. Not because life outside has changed, but because she has started to align with the truth of who she really is. Divine discontent is one of the most powerful signs of spiritual selection. It's not meant to torment, it's meant to awaken. Heaven does not whisper into the ears of the distracted. It speaks through the aching silence of those who are ready to rise. So if you feel out of place, misunderstood, or misaligned, it is not a curse. It's a summons. You are being prepared, positioned, and pushed. Not because you're not enough, but because you are more than what the world sees. comment. I feel the call if this message resonates with your soul, or still searching if you're on the journey but not sure yet. Let's talk about it below. 3. Sensitivity to injustice and pain. Chosen women carry a profound sensitivity to pain and injustice, not as a flaw, but as a divine assignment etched into their soul. They don't just notice suffering, they feel it, absorb it, and carry it in their spirit as if it were their own. Their tears come quickly, not because they are fragile, but because their emotional system is wired by heaven to respond to the cries of others. This spiritual empathy is not something learned. It is embedded in them as a divine responsibility. While the world may label it as oversensitivity, in the unseen realm, it is regarded as sacred intelligence, an ability to sense what is broken beneath the surface and release healing through heartfelt intercession. Their tears are not ordinary. Like sacred prayers, they rise as a fragrance to the heavens. Just as Jesus wept over a world that could not see the truth, these women are called to weep over wounds that others overlook. Their crying is not weakness, it is prophecy. It is spiritual warfare fought in silence. They walk among us like emotional midwives, quietly birthing healing, transformation, and peace. Where others see emotion as a liability, heaven sees it as activation. When they feel pain, they don't just react, they shift the atmosphere. When they sense injustice, their soul intercedes even before words are spoken. They are entrusted to carry other people's burdens in a world that often teaches us to carry nothing but our own ambition. This burden is heavy. It often isolates them. Because their energy draws the brokenhearted, the emotionally wounded, and the spiritually lost, they are rarely surrounded by lightness. But this is part of the calling. Their presence is a sanctuary, and people are drawn to their warmth without understanding the weight they carry. Their emotional depth becomes a magnet for divine assignments. Strangers feel safe enough to confess. Friends lean on them for strength, and even those in darkness seek their light. This attraction is not random. It is spiritual law in motion. According to the law of attraction, what you embody is what you draw. Chosen women carry healing energy, so they naturally draw those who need it most. And yet, most of the work they do remains unseen. They are not celebrated for their quiet prayers. They are not rewarded for the nights they spent crying for someone else's pain. But heaven sees. Heaven hears. These women are known in the spirit realm as intercessors, soul warriors, sacred vessels through which divine compassion flows. Their spiritual awakening was not for self-enlightenment alone. It was to become a bridge between pain and purpose, between heartbreak and healing. When others give up on someone, they still feel the urge to pray. When the world turns away, they lean in. When no one is watching, they still whisper prayers that move mountains. The emotional depth that once felt like a curse is actually a manifestation of spiritual maturity. It is a gift wrapped in discomfort, a divine signal that their soul is attuned to higher frequencies of compassion. These women have been through enough to recognize that pain is a portal. And instead of running from it, they walk straight into it, not to suffer, but to rescue. They do not need attention. They need alignment. They do not seek recognition. They seek restoration for themselves and for those who cannot find their way home. Their power lies in the quiet moments, in the whispered prayers, in the tears that fall unnoticed. But in the spiritual world, nothing they release is wasted. Every tear waters the soil of someone else's healing. This is not just emotion, This is energy. This is divine technology operating through a human heart. And in a world that numbs feeling in order to function, their sensitivity is not just a gift, it is a revolutionary act of spiritual defiance. They are here to heal through empathy, to restore through softness, and to awaken through love. Don't forget to subscribe for more wisdom on how spiritual sensitivity is not a weakness, but a divine gift. If you've ever wept for others without knowing why, or carried invisible burdens with grace, this space is for you. Join us on the journey of sacred empathy and silent intercession. 4. Attracts unprovoked attacks. She attracts unprovoked attacks, not because of any wrongdoing, but because of the light she carries. A light so powerful, so pure, it threatens the very foundations of darkness. There's something sacred about her presence, something ancient that echoes through her aura. Without saying a word, she unsettles rooms. Without fighting, she provokes resistance. That is the nature of spiritual warfare, subtle yet intense. It surrounds the chosen, not the passive. The more divine energy she radiates, the more the forces of spiritual opposition rise against her. She may not wear a title, but heaven knows her name, and so does the enemy. This woman's life is a battlefield not because she is weak, but because she is spiritually dangerous. Her obedience disturbs patterns. Her intuition disrupts illusions. Her light exposes what others try to keep hidden. Like Mary, the mother of Christ, she is not exalted by worldly status, but by divine alignment. Mary said yes to God and immediately became a target. She was judged, rejected, pursued. Her path was holy, but costly. Likewise, the chosen woman today may find herself misunderstood, falsely accused, or isolated not because of failure, but because her yes to the divine mission placed her under a spiritual spotlight. Darkness does not waste its time attacking what poses no threat. It only targets those who carry power. Her presence is disruptive to the status quo of spiritual stagnation. She may face betrayals, heartbreak, or energetic exhaustion, not because she is cursed, but because she is confirmed. The enemy recognizes the seed she carries. The frequency of her soul vibrates at a level that makes demonic interference inevitable. She's not just surviving battles, she is activating divine assignments through them. Many women assume that frequent attacks mean they are doing something wrong. But in the spiritual realm, attacks are often a sign that she is finally walking in alignment. They are spiritual feedback that she's tapping into sacred power, stepping into a higher version of herself. She is being pruned, not punished. As the scripture says, every fruitful branch is pruned, so it may bear more fruit. Pruning hurts. It looks like loss. It feels like confusion, but it's sacred preparation. Her life is not falling apart. It's being rearranged for divine purpose. There are times she wonders, why me? But she must learn to ask, what am I carrying that's worth attacking? Because only those with purpose become targets. The warfare is a mirror of her potential. The more intense the attack, the more evident the anointing. Her life may seem like a series of spiritual ambushes, but in truth, each one is a divine confirmation of the holy energy within her. The hidden mark here is not the pain itself, but her ability to continue radiating light despite it. She still loves, even after betrayal. She still prays, even after silence. She still stands, even after the storm. That's not just resilience, it's divine evidence. Her scars are not shameful. They are sacred. They speak of battles fought in silence and victories won in the spirit. This is why she attracts unprovoked attacks, not because she is flawed, but because she is chosen. If this message has stirred your spirit, declare your faith in the comments. I carry light that darkness cannot extinguish. I am chosen and protected by God. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you won't miss what heaven is revealing next. 5. Misunderstood and isolated. They are often alone, not because they choose isolation, but because isolation chooses them. A chosen woman is not always understood by the world around her. Her quietness is mistaken for arrogance. Her strength is misread as stubbornness. Her ability to stand firm in her values is labeled as pride. But the truth is far more profound. What the world misinterprets is actually the evidence of divine preparation. When God sets someone apart, He doesn't always surround them with applause. More often, He surrounds them with silence. Because in silence, she grows. In solitude, she transforms. Chosen women walk a road that others often can't comprehend. This road isn't glamorous. It's hidden, rugged, and sacred. It's where God speaks in whispers only a refined soul can hear. Like Jesus in the wilderness, like Moses tending sheep in obscurity, like Hagar crying in the desert, chosen women are drawn into sacred aloneness, not because they are unloved, but because they are deeply loved by heaven. The silence is not a punishment, it's a sanctuary. It is here, in the absence of noise and distraction, that she is trained in discernment, purified in intention, and strengthened in spirit. The world overlooks her, but heaven never does. In the modern world, this mark often plays out through women who don't conform. She might be the one who keeps her circle small. She chooses depth over popularity. She doesn't chase validation because she's anchored in something eternal. Others may whisper behind her back, claiming she's distant or cold. But what they fail to see is the fire she carries inside the sacred energy that's too precious to waste on surface-level approval. She is not here to entertain or explain. She is here to evolve. Even in family settings, she may feel like the black sheep, the one who thinks differently, the one who challenges the dysfunction that others accept. And because of this, she's often excluded. But being misunderstood is the price of being marked. Her boundaries are not walls, they are filters. Her silence is not empty. It is full of divine conversation. She walks through seasons where she receives no affirmation, no recognition, and yet continues to show up. This is the making of someone who has been chosen not for comfort, but for calling. This mark of isolation is never about abandonment. It is about alignment. It is heaven's way of clearing the noise so the chosen one can hear the whisper of purpose. When the world pushes her aside, it is only because God is pulling her closer. In the quiet, she learns to distinguish between distractions and destiny. In the loneliness, she finds intimacy with her Creator. And in the rejection, she discovers radical self-worth that doesn't require outside approval. Eventually, what was hidden becomes undeniable. What was rejected becomes revered. And the woman who was once isolated is now illuminated. But she never forgets what shaped her. Her power is not in her appearance, or in titles, or recognition. Her power is in her presence, in the way she walks with God, even when no one is watching. That is why she is misunderstood, because she is spiritually rare. That is why she is isolated, because heaven is doing something in her that the world is not ready to see. And that is why she rises, again and again, not with noise, but with quiet, unstoppable grace, If this message speaks to your heart, drop a comment below. Isolation is preparation. Your words help us reach more souls on the same journey. 6. Growth in the dark. She doesn't bloom in sunlight first. She blooms in the dark. Her roots are not nourished by applause, but by pressure, silence, and solitude. When a woman is chosen, her growth begins where no eye can see and no hand can interfere beneath the surface, in sacred stillness. She learns to stretch downward before she ever reaches upward. And the deeper the root, the stronger the rise. You may not know it yet, but this hidden season is divine. The discomfort, the delay, the detours, they're not signs of denial. They're confirmations of destiny. Like a seed pushed deep into the soil, you are not being buried to die. You are being planted to rise. The darkness is not a punishment. It is the preparation. It is where heaven does its most intimate work out of view, out of reach, but never out of purpose. Consider Ruth, who remained faithful in the shadows of grief and poverty. Her loyalty in obscurity prepared her for legacy. Joseph was cast into a pit, stripped of his status, forgotten in prison, and yet it was in that dungeon that his dreams matured. And Moses, hidden in a basket, raised in a palace, exiled to a desert, his leadership was forged in the loneliness of wilderness. None of them were revealed before they were refined. This is how God works with chosen souls. He hides them so he can shape them. Because a public platform cannot hold what hasn't first been privately rooted. If he exposed your gift before you had the spiritual structure to hold it, it would crush you. But in the dark, where no one sees you, he builds your resilience, your discernment, your obedience. What feels like delay is actually the construction of your spiritual infrastructure. And isn't it true? The soil is never glamorous. It's messy, dark, and full of resistance. But the soil is where transformation begins. The caterpillar doesn't become a butterfly on a stage. It dissolves inside a cocoon, hidden, motionless, forgotten by the world. And when it emerges, it no longer crawls. It flies. You are in your cocoon. You are in your soil. And though your hands feel empty, your spirit is being filled. What you think is a setback is a sacred stretch. You are not behind, you are becoming. True growth doesn't need a spotlight. It needs surrender. It needs depth. It needs the willingness to remain planted even when there is no evidence of progress. Because chosen women are not built to bloom fast. They are built to last. They are not grown in popularity, but in presence. And when they finally emerge, the world will not be ready, but heaven will have already approved. So if you feel unseen, remember this. Visibility is not the same as value. The world may not recognize the work God is doing in you, but the heavens do. Stay buried. Stay faithful. Stay rooted. Because growth in the dark is not weakness. It's the ultimate mark of the chosen. To affirm your growth, even when no one is watching, declare your commitment. Comment below, "I'm growing in the dark," to honor your hidden season and encourage others who are quietly becoming stronger too. 7. Unshakable joy in dry places. Despite the storms, the chosen woman radiates a joy that cannot be stolen. It's not a joy based on emotion or fleeting circumstance. It is a sacred stance of defiance, a weapon forged in the fires of her spiritual battles. Her joy is spiritual warfare. When life tries to break her, when grief or betrayal tighten around her like chains, she still finds a way to laugh, not from delusion, but from divine alignment. Like the Proverbs 31 woman, she laughs without fear of the future, not because the future is predictable, but because she knows who walks before her. Her smile in chaos is not weakness. It's evidence of unseen strength, a declaration that despair will not have the final word. This kind of joy doesn't come from surface-level positivity. It is deep, refined, and intentional. It is the fruit of many silent seasons where she learned to find beauty in ashes, grace in loss, and light in the middle of her darkest nights. Her joy is not a mask, it is mastery. She has mastered how to sit in sorrow without drowning in it. She has discovered that joy is not the opposite of pain, it's the power to rise above it. And so, when the enemy comes to steal her peace, he finds a woman too rooted in purpose to be shaken. Joy, for the chosen woman, is rebellion. It is holy resistance against every voice that told her she was too broken, too late, or too far gone. She chooses to celebrate in advance, even when nothing around her looks worth celebrating. Because her joy is prophetic, it speaks of a future not yet seen, but deeply believed. She understands that her vibration is her message, and every time she chooses to smile, to speak life, to dance while bleeding, she is declaring that heaven still holds her story. What others call delusion, she calls faith. What others call naive, she calls revelation. She is not pretending life is easy. She simply refuses to let difficulty define her. She knows that joy in dry places is proof of favor, not foolishness. Where others see barrenness, she sees preparation. Where others mourn what's missing, she rejoices in what's coming. Her heart carries a rhythm that the world cannot tune into because it plays a heavenly song, a frequency of hope, praise, and endurance that only the chosen understand. Her joy is her protest. Her peace is her weapon. And her laughter, that's her war cry. It tells the darkness, you did not win. It tells her past, you no longer define me. And it tells her future, I'm coming for you with light in my eyes and praise on my tongue. This woman doesn't just survive storms, she dances in the rain. Not because the rain is pleasant, but because she knows it is watering something sacred within her. Something the world cannot steal. Something the enemy cannot touch. Something called unshakable joy. And remember, these 7 hidden marks are not signs of weakness. They are sacred symbols of divine purpose, resilience, and inner strength. If you've seen yourself reflected in these truths, it's not by accident. You were meant to hear this message. If this video touched your soul or gave you clarity, please take a moment to like, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss the next revelation on your journey of awakening. Until next time, stay grounded, stay empowered, and never forget you are chosen for a reason. Carl Jung. Why you'll never be free until you know this. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom, where we explore the timeless truths that awaken your soul. In today's video, we dive deep into one of Carl Jung's most powerful insights, a truth that has the power to liberate your mind and reshape your reality. If you've ever felt stuck in patterns you can't explain, this message is for you. True freedom begins with self-awareness. So as you watch, reflect on how these ideas show up in your life. Are you ready to break free from the invisible forces that hold you back? Comment below with, I'm ready to see clearly, if this resonates, and share your thoughts. We'd love to hear your perspective. Let's grow together. 1. The shadow. Your repressed self controls you. The shadow is not evil. It's simply the part of you that has been buried alive. It holds the rage you were never allowed to express, the shame you pretend doesn't exist, and the fear you've spent years avoiding. These are not just emotions. They are living energies pushed out of sight because they didn't fit the version of yourself you believed would be accepted. But spiritual wisdom reminds us that what we suppress doesn't disappear. It mutates. It becomes anxiety, self-sabotage, addictions, broken relationships, and that persistent feeling that something invisible is holding you back. The shadow doesn't scream. It whispers. It speaks through the way you push people away, the opportunities you never let yourself reach for, the inner walls you build when life gets too close. It molds your responses to love and loss, to success and disappointment, often without you realizing it. And the more you run from it, the more control it gains. Even when you chase positivity, recite affirmations, or embrace spirituality, if your shadow remains unexamined, you are only painting over cracks in your foundation. The goal of spiritual wisdom is not to become light without darkness, but to become whole. Wholeness means holding both the pain and the power, the grief and the grace. Your anger may be a torch showing where your boundaries were violated. Your jealousy might not be a weakness. It could be a roadmap to your soul's hidden desires. Your fear may be the guardian of your most wounded self, a part that is still waiting to be acknowledged and healed. Integration means listening to these signals, not silencing them. It means feeling without judgment and facing yourself without flinching. Think of the man who destroys every good relationship he finds. Outwardly, he's stable, responsible, even kind. But when someone gets too close, he creates distance, starts fights, or finds reasons to withdraw. It's not fate, it's his shadow. Maybe he was abandoned as a child and learned that love equals loss. Maybe vulnerability makes him feel exposed and unsafe. Until he meets these wounds with honesty, he will continue to unconsciously sabotage his chances at intimacy while convincing himself he's just unlucky in love. This is not just a psychological insight, it is a spiritual revelation. Because true spiritual awakening does not come from escaping into light, but from walking courageously into your own darkness and reclaiming what's been left behind. To face your shadow is to take back the reins of your life. It means you no longer let unconscious wounds drive your choices or repeat the same loops disguised as just the way I am. It doesn't mean those feelings vanish. It means they stop owning you. You can feel anger and still act with clarity. You can acknowledge envy and still choose love. You can hear shame's voice without handing it the microphone. This is the real freedom, when no emotion defines you and no fear dictates your future. That is the essence of spiritual wisdom, the sacred invitation to love every part of yourself so deeply that nothing within you is lost and nothing outside you has the power to define who you are. Are you ready to face your shadow and reclaim your power? If so, comment below. I will face myself to show your commitment to inner truth and transformation. 2. Your identity is not entirely yours. Most people believe they are in control of their lives, that their decisions, desires, and behaviors come from conscious choice. But Carl Jung shattered that illusion when he revealed that much of what we do is governed not by awareness, but by the unconscious, the hidden inner world that quietly shapes our fears, longings, reactions, and habits. Deep beneath the surface, unhealed wounds, childhood imprints, cultural conditioning, and even ancestral trauma move through us like unseen currents. We think we are steering the ship, but we are often just drifting, following a map we never drew. Jung famously said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." This is more than a psychological warning. It's a spiritual wake-up call. Every pattern that repeats in your life, every emotional loop you can't escape, every fear that keeps you small, they're not random. They are echoes of something deeper, something unexamined. And the path to freedom begins not by trying to change the world outside, but by turning inward and seeing what lives in the dark corners of your being. Think of the person who appears put together on the outside, successful, respected, always in motion, but inside, they feel disconnected. No matter how much they achieve, there's a gnawing emptiness. They leap from relationship to relationship, job to job, thinking fulfillment lies in the next thing. But they are not missing opportunities. They are missing themselves. Beneath their drive is a frightened inner child still trying to be enough, still carrying the burden of old pain. And unless that child is heard, nothing will ever feel like home. Jung taught that true freedom requires shadow work and the courage to face the parts of ourselves we've hidden, denied, or disowned. The shadow isn't evil. It's simply the parts of you that were rejected by your family, society, or even your own younger self in an effort to survive. It's the anger you never expressed, the shame you buried, the sadness you pretended didn't matter. And yet, these are the very pieces that hold the keys to your wholeness. You can't heal what you refuse to feel, and what remains hidden will continue to control you. Freedom doesn't come from success, control, or pretending to be healed. It comes from radical honesty. It comes from realizing that your need to be perfect may be rooted in a fear of not being loved, that your constant overthinking may be a defense against past chaos, that your silence may be a learned response to being unheard. When you begin to hold these truths with compassion instead of judgment, you enter a state of spiritual awakening. You become aware of the inner forces driving your life, and with awareness comes choice. This is what spiritual wisdom calls us to embrace, not the polished self, but the honest self. To live freely is not to escape pain. It is to integrate it. It is to meet every part of you with gentleness and truth. Only then can you stop performing and start being. Only then are you no longer a puppet of your past, but a participant in your becoming. And only then does life shift from something that happens to you to something that flows through you with purpose, power, and peace. Have you ever explored the parts of yourself that operate in silence? If so, share what you've discovered in the comments to inspire others. If not, comment, "I'm ready to meet my true self," and begin the journey within. 3. The collective unconscious and archetypes. You are deeply connected to something ancient and vast. The collective unconscious, a hidden reservoir of wisdom and energy shared by all of humanity. This realm is not built from your personal memories, but from timeless symbols and emotional patterns that have existed long before you were born. Carl Jung called these patterns archetypes, universal characters like the hero, the shadow, the wise one, and the anima or animus. These are not just figures in mythology or art. They are living energies within your psyche, silently shaping your thoughts, choices, desires, and even the people you're drawn to. The hero pushes you toward challenges, toward courage, toward growth. The shadow hides everything you reject about yourself, your insecurities, your rage, your suppressed truths, and projects them onto others. The wise one shows up when you need deeper guidance, not from outside advice, but from your own inner knowing. The anima or animus represents your inner balance of masculine and feminine energies. These archetypes live in your dreams, your stories, your reactions. You don't choose them. They already exist in you. You've seen this without realizing it. That moment when you trust someone instantly or feel a sudden repulsion. That dream where you're chased by a dark figure. That strange pull you feel toward a life path that terrifies you. These are not random events. They're echoes from the collective unconscious. And if you don't recognize them, they will keep playing out in your life like a script written behind your back. As Jung warned, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Spiritual awakening begins the moment you realize that your suffering, your patterns, your relationships, and your internal battles are not meaningless. They're symbolic. They are signs from your unconscious mind trying to break through. You are not just living your life. You are living a myth, shaped by the stories encoded in your soul. And if you want to be truly free, you must stop running from these stories and start listening to them. When you become aware of the archetypes, you step into your power. You stop blaming others. You stop being confused by your emotions. You begin to ask, who is speaking within me right now, the shadow or the hero? Am I being guided by fear or by the wise one within? This awareness is the foundation of real transformation. This is spiritual wisdom in action. You were never meant to drift through life unconsciously. You were born to awaken to who you really are beneath the surface. The journey isn't about becoming someone new. It's about remembering the deep, ancient truths already etched into your being. When you begin to see your life symbolically, when you learn to decode the messages of your inner world, the external world stops controlling you. That is when true spiritual awakening begins. Stay connected to the deeper truth within you. Subscribe to our channel and join a community exploring the hidden forces that shape our lives, archetypes, symbols, and the collective unconscious. Together, we awaken ancient wisdom, uncover inner patterns, and step into conscious living. You are part of something greater. Let's discover it together. 4. Jung's work is more relevant than ever. In a time where constant noise drowns out the quiet voice of the soul, Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom cuts through like a compass, pointing us back to ourselves. Today, more than ever, we are surrounded by distractions, scrolling, chasing, consuming, yet none of it truly fills the hollow ache inside. Jung foresaw this modern dilemma long before smartphones and social media. The true crisis of humanity is not material, but spiritual. Beneath all our activity lies a silent dread that if we were to stop, even for a moment, we'd be forced to confront what's really there, an aching disconnect from our inner world. As Jung warned, people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul. And that's exactly what many of us are doing. Numbing, avoiding, pretending. Our anxiety, depression, and confusion aren't root problems. They're symptoms of something deeper, a soul that's been forgotten. Real freedom, Jung teaches, is not found by running from pain or chasing fleeting highs. It begins the moment we turn inward. The journey to wholeness doesn't come through self-denial, but through radical honesty. We must face the shadow, the hidden, rejected, uncomfortable parts of ourselves and allow them back into the light. This isn't easy. In a society that rewards performance, perfection, and polished images, Jung's path is almost rebellious. But it's the only one that leads to authentic healing. As long as you avoid what's within, you'll be controlled by it. When you courageously confront it, you take back your power. That is the paradox of spiritual awakening. What you fear the most is also where your true freedom waits. I remember the story of a woman who had it all on paper. She had status, success, and the approval of everyone around her, but inside, she was hollow. Eventually, the weight of pretending caught up with her, and she could no longer hide behind accomplishments. Therapy led her to Jung's concept of individuation, the lifelong process of integrating the unconscious and becoming whole. She started to meet the forgotten parts of herself, the frightened little girl, the silenced artist, the woman who wore confidence like armor. It wasn't easy. There were tears, grief, and silence, but there was also rebirth. As she embraced these truths, she discovered a strength that came not from applause, but from inner alignment. She stopped performing and started living. And that's the quiet power of Jung's spiritual wisdom. It doesn't promise a smoother life, but it promises a real one. Jung never handed out spiritual shortcuts. He didn't believe in quick fixes or shallow positivity. What he offered instead was an invitation, a courageous path of awakening through deep self-knowledge. He believed that beneath our roles, our pain, and our defenses, we are souls craving understanding and reunion with our truth. Until we answer that longing, we remain trapped in cycles of repetition, attracting the same wounds in new disguises, never feeling whole. But Jung didn't judge these patterns. He sought to illuminate them. Through dream work, symbolism, archetypes, and inner exploration, he gave us a language to speak with the unconscious and a roadmap back to the soul we abandoned. The spiritual wisdom Jung left us is simple, yet profound. Healing isn't about becoming something new. It's about remembering who you were before the world told you who to be. As you commit to this path, everything begins to change. You realize your pain was a messenger, your fear was a compass, and your soul has been calling you home all along. So today, if this message stirs something in you, if you feel the echo of your own forgotten self rising, then honor it. Declare your commitment to truth. Embrace the journey. Because true freedom begins the moment you stop running and start listening. Comment below, "I choose soul over noise," to affirm your path and inspire others to reconnect with what truly matters. 5. Individuation, the path to wholeness. Real transformation begins when you stop chasing who the world tells you to be and start uncovering who you truly are. Carl Jung called this process individuation, a profound journey of becoming whole by integrating the unconscious parts of yourself, especially the shadow. It's not about self-improvement or fixing flaws. It's about remembering and reuniting with the parts of your soul that were buried beneath years of conditioning, fear, and compromise. To individuate is to face the uncomfortable truths you've been avoiding, to let go of the mask you've worn for approval, and to step into the fullness of your authentic self. This is not a path of ease. It requires radical honesty and deep courage. You will meet aspects of yourself that you once rejected: your anger, your envy, your vulnerability, your unmet needs. You'll come face to face with the pain of pretending, with the cost of performing roles just to feel safe or accepted. But what's on the other side is wholeness, the kind of peace that doesn't depend on circumstances, applause, or validation. Jung warned, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." The parts of you refuse to face are the same ones sabotaging your peace, your relationships, and your freedom. Think of the woman who appears to have it all: career, wealth, admiration, yet feels numb inside. She follows the rules, meets expectations, plays her part. But at night, she's haunted by a deep restlessness, a quiet ache that something essential is missing. That ache is her soul asking her to return. Individuation is the call to answer that ache, to stop performing and start living. It is not a rebellion, it's a reunion with your original essence. The spiritual wisdom at the heart of individuation teaches that healing isn't always light and serenity. Sometimes it's rage, grief, confusion, and letting go of illusions that once gave you a false sense of control. You must break down before you break through. You must dismantle what is false so that what is real can emerge. Wholeness is not perfection. It's integration, the unification of your light and dark, strength and softness, clarity and contradiction. The self isn't found. It's remembered. It's been waiting under the surface, beneath layers of social roles, family programming, trauma, and fear. To walk this path is to reclaim what was lost. Every dream abandoned for practicality. Every truth silenced for acceptance. Every emotion swallowed to keep the peace. Carl Jung's work was never about theories locked in books. It was a mirror held up to the soul, daring us to look. And when we do, we begin to see that real freedom isn't the absence of responsibility or discomfort. It's the release of everything that is not truly you. This is how you awaken. This is how you come home to yourself. If this message resonates with your soul, repeat after me. I am becoming whole. I embrace every part of me, light and shadow. Let this be your declaration. And if this speaks to you, like, subscribe, and share this with someone on their journey to wholeness. 6. Dreams are messages from the soul. Carl Jung believed that dreams are not just nighttime hallucinations. They are sacred messages from the soul, written in symbols. Each dream, no matter how strange or fleeting, carries deep spiritual wisdom. A snake, a mirror, a tunnel. These are not meaningless images. They are the unconscious mind's way of guiding you, of telling you something your waking self refuses to see. The soul doesn't shout. It whispers through images while you sleep, hoping you'll pay attention. When you see a tunnel in your dream, it may not be fear chasing you, but transformation calling. The darkness could mean you're walking through a season of the unknown, preparing for something new. A mirror may be asking you to face yourself, to see clearly the truths you've hidden from your own eyes. A snake, rather than signaling danger, often represents deep change, healing, and even rebirth. Jung saw these symbols as a living language, crafted by the unconscious to bring healing, insight, and wholeness. Ignoring them means ignoring the soul's attempt to guide you back to your true path. In daily life, it's easy to dismiss dreams. You wake up, shake off the images, and jump into routine. But each time you ignore these messages, you're pushing your soul's wisdom further into the shadows. And what lives in the shadows doesn't disappear. It directs your life without your knowledge. That's why Jung warned, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. The patterns that trap you, the emotional reactions you don't understand, the repeated mistakes they all stem from ignored inner truths. Your dreams are trying to free you from this. We spend so much time looking for answers outside of ourselves. We chase clarity in books, advice, noise. But the answers were always within, carried by symbols, delivered in silence. Your dreams are your soul's letters, personal, mysterious, and meant only for you. And yet most people never open them. They call them nonsense, randomness, or worse, ignore them completely. In doing so, they abandon their deepest compass. Dreams are not just psychological phenomena. They are spiritual experiences. Each night is a journey inward, a chance to reconnect with what matters most. To listen is to grow. To understand is to heal. And to act on what you've seen is to walk the path of transformation. When you begin to truly pay attention to your dreams, you stop living on autopilot. You stop being driven by unconscious fears. You start choosing your path with clarity and intention. The soul finally feels heard. This is spiritual wisdom in its purest form when your inner world becomes your teacher. The freedom you seek in the outer world begins the moment you decide to listen to what your dreams have been telling you all along. Comment below. I honor the wisdom of my dreams, if you're ready to listen to the messages your soul has been trying to send you. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications for more insights that awaken your inner truth. 7. Archetypes can possess or empower you. When archetypes remain unconscious, they don't simply influence your behavior. They quietly take control of it. The hero, for example, might seem admirable on the surface. It pushes you to help, to protect, to be strong for others. But when this archetype operates without your awareness, it can become a trap. You find yourself constantly saving others while neglecting your own well-being, burning yourself out for praise you may never receive. The strength that drives you begins to hollow you out from within. You're no longer acting from choice, but from compulsion. That's not empowerment. That's possession. The same is true for the wounded child. It quietly rules your emotional world, making you chase validation, approval, and affection, often from the very people who hurt you. It tells you that love must be earned, that your voice only matters if someone else listens. And without realizing it, you live in reaction, not intention. You let this archetype shape your relationships, your self-image, even your purpose. You feel small, stuck, and dependent, all while thinking you're just being sensitive or loyal. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." These words are not just psychological insight. They are a direct call to spiritual awakening. Because in truth, what you call personality is often just a set of inherited patterns. Archetypes are ancient energies, not personal flaws. But when they remain hidden, they blind you to your own freedom. The moment you see them clearly, everything changes. What once controlled you begins to inform you. What once drained you becomes your power source. The hero becomes a conscious mission, not a compulsive rescue. The wounded child becomes emotional depth, not emotional weakness. The victim becomes a survivor. Even the inner critic, the voice that once shamed you, can become your precision tool for self-refinement, no longer an enemy, but an ally. This is not a one-time insight. It is a path of ongoing inner work, and it marks the beginning of spiritual maturity. To awaken spiritually is to see through the stories you've lived unconsciously and choose new ones rooted in awareness, not fear. The patterns don't disappear. They evolve. You don't get rid of your archetypes. You learn to work with them. You embody them with clarity and balance. You stop reacting and start responding. And in this response, you reclaim your power not just to survive, but to live with purpose, with presence, with peace. Spiritual wisdom isn't about becoming someone else. It's about returning to who you were before the world told you who to be. And to do that, you must shine a light into the deepest corners of your inner world, not to destroy what's there, but to understand it, transform it, and ultimately transcend it. That is the real meaning of spiritual awakening. If this message helped you see your inner patterns more clearly, don't forget to subscribe for more spiritual wisdom on transforming unconscious archetypes into your greatest source of power. Thank you for joining us today on Spiritual Wisdom. As you reflect on Carl Jung's insight that true freedom begins with understanding your inner self, remember, the path to liberation isn't found by running from what's within, but by courageously turning toward it. Your shadows, your patterns, your unconscious drives, they all hold the key to your awakening. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who needs it, and subscribe to our channel. Make sure to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss any of our upcoming videos filled with deep truths and spiritual insight. Until next time, stay aware, stay open, and keep walking your path with wisdom. Quantum Shift explained, once you understand this, reality shifts. Once you make a decision, the universe conspires to make it happen. Ralph Waldo Emerson. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom, where we explore the unseen forces shaping your life. Today's video is about the quantum shift, and once you truly understand it, your entire reality begins to transform. This isn't just theory. It's a powerful reminder that you are not a prisoner of your current circumstances. You are a creator, capable of collapsing new possibilities into being by shifting your inner state. As you listen, ask yourself, what old patterns am I ready to release? Comment below with, I choose a new reality, if you're ready to step into the next version of yourself. Let's begin this journey into the quantum field together. 1. Infinite timelines exist, but most people stay stuck. You're not stuck because life is unfair or because destiny has turned its back on you. You're stuck because energetically, you're still aligned with an outdated version of yourself, a version that matches your past rather than your potential. Most people live in a loop, reliving the same patterns, replaying the same emotional scripts, and expecting different results. They think they're waiting on life to shift, but the truth is, life is waiting on them to change frequency. The quantum field is not activated by desire alone. It responds to frequency, and frequency is generated by how you think, feel, and embody your beliefs. This means that even if you affirm abundance but still vibrate with lack, or if you visualize love but carry the weight of past betrayal, the field will return what you are, not what you want. You may say you're ready for change, but until your vibration shifts, you will continue to collapse realities that mirror your current state. This is why people repeat cycles. They set goals, make vision boards, pray, and declare intentions, but their inner world hasn't evolved. Their nervous system still expects rejection, still anticipates failure, still operates from the blueprint of fear and self-doubt. It's not a lack of effort, it's a lack of energetic congruence. And when your energy and your intention are out of sync, the quantum field has no choice but to reflect confusion, delay, or stagnation. To escape this loop, you must shift identity. That doesn't mean faking it. It means embodying a new emotional signature. You become the version of you who already lives in the reality you desire. You begin to move, speak, and feel from the timeline where you are already healed, already seen, already abundant. This is the quantum leap, not in circumstance first, but in consciousness. When you change your frequency, reality bends to meet you there. The secret isn't to chase a future. It's to become the frequency that draws it in. And that frequency is built through coherence when your mind, body, and emotions speak the same language. That's when you become magnetic, not through effort, but through alignment. The field doesn't need convincing. It only needs clarity. And clarity comes when your inner world stabilizes into a new state of being that no longer entertains contradiction. There are infinite timelines surrounding you right now. Each one holds a version of your life that is more fulfilled, more alive, more free. But these timelines are not accessed by force. They're accessed by resonance. You don't need to force the old to end. You only need to stop feeding it with your energy. Stop rehearsing the old pain. Stop identifying with limitation. Stop living as if your past is more real than your future. Every time you feel a familiar reaction rise, anxiety, fear, doubt, you are standing at a fork in the timeline. You can choose the loop, or you can breathe deeper, respond differently, and anchor a new frequency. The moment you do, the field listens. And the moment it listens, reality begins to rearrange. Not because you begged for it, but because you became it. Do you feel it too, that you're meant for more than repeating the past? If this message resonates with you, declare it in the comments. I align with my highest timeline now. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to stay connected with this awakening journey. 2. Desire doesn't shift, reality frequency does. The quantum field doesn't care how badly you want something. It responds to who you are being. You could be speaking affirmations all day long, telling yourself you are wealthy, loved, or successful. But if your core frequency is vibrating with fear, doubt, or lack, that's what the field mirrors back to you. Your words might say one thing, but your energy tells the truth. The dominant emotional signal you emit, whether it's anxiety, scarcity, or self-doubt, is the true magnet pulling reality toward you. That's why so many people feel frustrated when they're trying so hard to manifest change, yet nothing moves. The problem isn't in the desire, it's in the misalignment. Desire without vibrational coherence creates friction. It's like trying to tune a radio to a station you want to hear while staying on the wrong frequency. You might want love, but if you're vibrating in abandonment or emotional insecurity, you keep attracting partners who reflect that. You might want financial freedom, but if your energy is rooted in survival, struggle, or fear of not having enough, the opportunities just won't stick. What you attract isn't based on what you consciously want. It's based on what you subconsciously expect and emotionally embody. This is why transformation begins at the energetic level, not the mental level. The shift happens when you stop obsessing over outcomes and start anchoring into the emotional reality of what you want before it arrives. It's not enough to hope for peace, joy, or love. You must become the frequency of peace, joy, or love now. When you walk, talk, and feel as though the desire has already happened, you collapse that possibility into form. That's the real quantum shift, aligning your inner frequency so precisely that the outer world has no choice but to catch up. In daily life, this means monitoring your emotional atmosphere like a sacred ritual. If you feel yourself slipping into old states, fear, lack, impatience, you gently course correct. You recenter, breathe, and reconnect with the version of you who already lives in alignment. The goal isn't to fake it, but to feel it as real. When you feel the abundance before the money comes, when you radiate love before the relationship shows up, when you trust fully before the evidence appears, that is when the field responds. Not because you begged or forced, but because you finally match the frequency of what you were asking for. Everything in the universe is vibration, and you are constantly broadcasting. You don't need to push harder or hustle more. You need to tune in deeper. The quantum field is always listening not to your voice, but to your vibe. And the reality you experience is simply the echo of what you've been silently transmitting all along. If this message resonates with your spirit, affirm it now. I align my frequency, not just my words. I am the vibration of what I seek. Let the quantum field recognize your readiness. 3. The subconscious runs the show. The subconscious runs 95% of your life. That means nearly everything you do, your reactions, your habits, your choices, is not coming from conscious decision-making, but from an automatic inner script you didn't knowingly write. Most people don't realize this. They keep trying to change their lives with that remaining 5% willpower, vision boards, affirmations, while the deeper part of their mind is still looping old stories of fear, scarcity, and unworthiness. And when those deeper signals contradict the conscious desires, the subconscious always wins. This is why people feel stuck. They speak words of change, but live patterns of repetition. Someone might declare, "I am abundant," but if they carry the energy of lack, hesitation, or guilt around money, the quantum field isn't fooled. The universe responds to vibration, not vocabulary. Your frequency, the energetic state your entire system radiates, comes from belief, not from desire. And your beliefs live in the subconscious. The subconscious does not respond to logic. It responds to repetition, imagery, and emotional intensity. That's why you can't simply think your way into a new reality. You have to feel it into being. Until you impress the subconscious with new emotions, new inner movies, and new energetic baselines, you will continue to live the results of your old programming. Childhood trauma, past heartbreaks, ancestral conditioning. These leave imprints that shape what you expect from life, even if you consciously want the opposite. The real shift happens when you stop fighting the surface and start rewiring the root. Meditation, breath work, somatic healing, and consistent visualization with elevated emotion, all of these create openings in the subconscious. And once that inner landscape begins to change, your frequency changes. And when your frequency changes, the quantum field organizes itself to reflect a new experience. You are not stuck because life is against you. You are stuck because your system is still tuned to an outdated broadcast. You say you want love, but your nervous system still expects abandonment. You say you want wealth, but your emotional memory still holds scarcity. Until those subconscious patterns shift, you will keep attracting evidence that confirms them. Energy doesn't lie. The subconscious speaks in feelings, not words, and the quantum field listens. When all parts of you, mind, body, and nervous system begin to align with a new reality, the external world cannot help but catch up. Reality bends not when you say you're ready, but when your subconscious finally believes it. That's when timelines collapse. That's when reality shifts. Comment below. I reprogram my subconscious mind for abundance. If you are ready to change the 95% that controls everything. 4. Resistance lives in the nervous system. Resistance doesn't start in the mind. It begins in the nervous system. You may think you're procrastinating because you're lazy or indecisive, but the truth is, your body is protecting you from something it believes is unsafe. That logic you're clinging to may be fear wearing a clever disguise. Overthinking isn't always analysis. It's often anxiety trying to stay in control. The real blockade to your manifestation isn't your lack of effort or belief. It's the unprocessed fear and trauma stored deep within your body, quietly overriding every affirmation you repeat. The body holds memories that the mind tries to forget. These are not just memories of events, but the energetic imprints of how you felt when you were abandoned, rejected, humiliated, or overwhelmed. The nervous system learns from those experiences and encodes patterns of survival patterns that become default responses to anything unfamiliar or uncertain. So even when you consciously want to step into abundance, love, or a new reality, your body may still associate that leap with danger. This is why affirmations can feel empty, like shouting into the void. If your body doesn't believe what you're saying, the quantum field won't either, because the quantum field responds not to words, but to frequency. The key to unlocking a quantum shift is coherence between your thoughts, emotions, and body. When you say, "I am safe," but your breath is shallow, your chest is tight, and your stomach is clenched, there is no coherence. There is internal conflict, and that conflict becomes your signal. That's what the field picks up on and mirrors back. To change your external world, you must shift your internal baseline. That's not about working harder. It's about feeling safer. The nervous system must be rewired gently, patiently, and consistently. Only then can you embody the frequency of the future you desire. This is why nervous system regulation is not optional if you want to create a quantum shift. Practices like breathwork, grounding, somatic release, and nervous system recalibration help release the emotional tension you've been carrying for years. They help your body feel what your mind has already decided. It's finally safe to grow. It's safe to be seen. It's safe to receive more. When your body begins to trust the experience of expansion, your frequency becomes congruent, and the quantum field aligns effortlessly. So the next time resistance arises, don't fight it. Don't try to override it with louder affirmations or busier routines. Pause and ask, what emotion needs to be acknowledged? What part of you still feels unsafe? Healing doesn't always look like progress on the outside. Sometimes it's just you, sitting with discomfort, allowing the nervous system to finally exhale. And in that stillness, the shift begins, not because you forced it, but because your entire being became ready to receive it. Stay connected with our healing community by subscribing to our channel. Here, we uncover the deeper roots of resistance and guide you in releasing what the body has been holding. Remember, true transformation begins not just in the mind, but in the nervous system. You are worthy of peace, clarity, and forward movement. 5. Quantum embodiment is the real key. You don't create new timelines by wishing or hoping you embody them right now. That means you stop trying to think your way into a new life and instead become the version of yourself who already lives in that reality. When you embody abundance, you don't anxiously check your bank account after every purchase. You spend with quiet trust, knowing that the flow of money reflects your inner state, not the other way around. When you embody love, you don't wait for someone else to show it first. You soften your heart, even when it feels risky, because love is your natural frequency. When you embody health, you don't wait until you're healed to treat yourself with care. You nourish your body. You rest. You breathe like someone who deserves wellness now. A shift in your timeline doesn't begin with affirmations. It begins with alignment. Your breath, your emotions, your posture, and your behavior are the tuning forks that send signals into the quantum field. And that field doesn't respond to what you say you want. It responds to who you are being. This is where most people get stuck. They keep repeating the same habits, holding the same emotional tones, and wondering why nothing changes. But the quantum field mirrors coherence, not contradiction. If your inner world still echoes your old story, no amount of vision boards will shift your life. A woman I worked with once said she was manifesting abundance, but every action she took came from fear. She hoarded money, stressed over bills, and refused to invest in herself. She didn't realize she was still vibrating in scarcity, even though her mouth spoke abundance. Everything shifted when she decided to trust her future. She began tipping generously, not to prove something, but to live in the emotional vibration of plenty. She started walking with more ease, relaxing her shoulders, and smiling more often. She embodied the woman who already had more than enough. Within weeks, unexpected income began to appear. Her energy was no longer in conflict. It was finally aligned. To truly shift timelines, you must ask yourself, are you living as if your desires have already arrived? Or are you reinforcing the timeline you say you want to escape? Embodiment is not about faking it. It's about making space inside your nervous system for a new identity to take root. It's breathing like someone who trusts life. It's moving through the world with quiet certainty. It's choosing faith in micro moments, again and again, until your outer world catches up. This is the quantum embodiment. Not waiting for proof, not begging the universe, but showing up now as if the shift has already happened, because energetically it has. The quantum field holds infinite realities. The one you experience is the one you consistently tune into with your body, your heart, and your behavior. When all of you are aligned, reality has no choice but to meet you there. Are you ready to embody the timeline you've been dreaming of? If so, comment below. I choose to embody my highest reality and take the first step into alignment, mind, body, and soul. 6. Small, aligned actions matter more than grand gestures. People often think that massive breakthroughs require massive actions, huge life changes, dramatic decisions, grand gestures. But in the quantum field, it's not the scale of the action that matters. It's the sincerity behind it. Micro-alignments, those small intentional choices you make every single day, carry more power than desperate leaps made from fear. The universe doesn't reward intensity. It responds to coherence. Every small act of integrity becomes a signal, a pulse that ripples through the quantum field, adjusting the frequency of your timeline. When you choose peace instead of reacting, gratitude instead of lack, presence instead of distraction, you're tuning yourself to a new reality. These aren't just good habits. They are quantum keys anchors that hold the vibration of the person you are becoming. You're not becoming powerful by accident. You're becoming powerful by alignment. Every time you take a breath and pause before speaking, every time you choose to trust instead of worry, you are making a declaration to the quantum field. This is who I am now. And the field responds not to your wishes or intentions, but to your consistency. Imagine someone trying to manifest abundance. They may think they need to take a giant leap, invest in something risky, quit their job, make a loud move. But abundance doesn't flow from panic. It flows from stability, appreciation, and trust. That small act of paying off a small debt, of blessing a meal with thanks, of managing money with clarity, those are the real activators. Those are the moments that shift timelines. These small choices carry weight because they are grounded. They aren't made to impress the outside world. They're made in quiet truth, without the need for attention. That's what makes them magnetic. And over time, their energy compounds. The small aligned action you took today becomes the foundation for the reality you'll live tomorrow. You are not being asked to prove anything through effort. You are being asked to embody your next self through small, consistent, meaningful steps. These steps may feel ordinary. They may even feel invisible. But they are echoing across the quantum field, reshaping the structure of your life with every repetition. The real shift doesn't happen in a moment of explosion. It happens in 1,000 tiny moments of truth. And each of those moments becomes a quantum key, an energetic signature that unlocks the next level of your evolution. Quiet, subtle, powerful, unshakable. If you're ready to stop chasing big breakthroughs and start anchoring real change with small aligned steps, this video is for you. Like, subscribe, and join us on the path of quantum transformation. One sincere action at a time. 7. The power is in the return, not perfection. You will slip into old emotions, past habits, outdated thoughts. And that's not a failure. It's part of being alive, part of being in a body that remembers what it used to be. But the true strength of transformation is not found in perfection. It's found in how quickly you return to your center each time you drift away. Every time you recognize that you've stepped out of alignment and choose to come back, you reclaim power. You teach your nervous system safety. You remind your spirit that it's in charge now, not the wound. Old patterns are like muscle memory. They don't disappear overnight. They return when you're exhausted, when your boundaries are soft, when you're expanding into a new version of yourself. That return doesn't mean you're regressing. It means you're cycling through a deeper layer of healing. Real spiritual growth is not linear. It's layered, spiraled, textured, and every return is actually a rise. You return with more insight, more compassion, more understanding. You're not starting from scratch. You're starting from remembrance. Coherence is not the absence of chaos. It is the discipline of bringing your breath back to stillness when the storm is loud. It is the soft, steady heartbeat of your awareness choosing calm over chaos, choosing trust over fear, choosing presence over the mind's noise. The quantum field responds not to how perfect you are, but to how consistently you return to the vibration of truth. Each moment you choose alignment is a moment the field takes note. You are not fooling the universe with wishful thinking. You are shaping it with embodied frequency. A return can be as simple as taking a deep breath with intention. It can be the conscious release of a thought that no longer serves. It can be whispering a truth to yourself when your mind is spiraling. These small, invisible acts are not weak. They are quantum. They are subtle, energetic signals that recode your vibration and remind your reality of what you truly expect and believe. You don't need to force your way into change. You need to soften your way into coherence. When you learn to return with grace, something magical happens. Your bounce back becomes faster. The time between falling and rising shortens. The noise loses its grip. The nervous system rewires itself toward peace. The emotional body stops fighting the past and starts flowing with presence. That is mastery. That is how reality begins to shift, not because you forced it, but because you learned the art of returning again and again to who you truly are. Perfection is rigid. Return is fluid. And fluidity is where quantum change lives. If this message resonates with you, comment, "I agree, I choose to return," to affirm your path of growth. If you see it differently, feel free to share your view with, "I don't think so." Your voice matters here. 8. Rituals, symbols, and tools only work if you embody them. Breathwork, meditation, sound frequencies, and sacred numbers like 369 or 777 are not shortcuts to transformation. They are not magic spells that change your life by mere use. These tools hold power only when your entire being participates, when your breath, body, mind, and energy all align with what you are invoking. Without embodiment, these practices are just motions without meaning, rituals without resonance. The quantum field doesn't react to your outer performance. It responds to your internal state. You can chant affirmations 100 times, but if your energy is fragmented, your emotions are anxious, and your mind is in disbelief, the field reflects that chaos right back to you. This is why two people can perform the same ritual with vastly different results. One sees breakthrough, the other remains stuck. The difference is coherence. The difference is embodiment. To embody means your nervous system is calm, your heart is open, and your actions are rooted in presence. When you breathe with intention, you're not just taking in air, you're signaling to the universe, "I am safe. I am ready. I am aligned." When you meditate, it's not about escaping life, but about meeting yourself fully in this moment, free of distortion. Sacred numbers like 369 aren't lottery tickets for abundance. They are energetic codes that only activate when you carry their vibration within. There was a woman who practiced daily rituals with candles, crystals, and affirmations, yet her life stayed the same. She was frustrated, wondering why nothing worked. But underneath all the rituals was fear. Fear of not being enough. Fear of failure. Fear that none of it would work. Her actions were loud, but her energy whispered doubt. The turning point came when she stopped trying and began aligning. She learned to ground her breath, regulate her emotions, and genuinely trust the process. That's when change arrived, not because the ritual suddenly became powerful, but because she did. Tools are anchors, not saviors. They help stabilize you into a desired frequency, but they don't override your inner state. If you light sage in a room filled with tension, the smoke doesn't cleanse the energy you do through the clarity and presence you bring into that space. If you chant mantras without belief, you're only hearing echoes. But when you chant with conviction, your voice becomes a signal that reorganizes reality. You can't trick the field. You must become the vibration. And when you do, the outer begins to shift quietly, consistently, and powerfully. That's why ritual alone isn't enough. The field mirrors what you expect, what you feel, what you embody, not what you say or do on the surface. When every breath, every frequency, every intention is rooted in genuine coherence, you stop trying to manifest and start magnetizing. So it's not about collecting more tools. It's about using fewer tools with deeper presence. Breath becomes a portal. Stillness becomes strength. Symbols become signals. And you, when embodied, become the ritual itself. If you're still here, comment, "I'm embodying it," below. Your energy matters, and your presence helps us grow this space of truth and transformation. 9. Sustainability is what locks in the new timeline. Manifestation is not a one-time spark that magically changes everything. It's not a wish you make in a high-vibe moment and then forget about. The truth is, the quantum field responds to repetition, not randomness. A new timeline becomes real when you live in it consistently, not just when you think about it occasionally. If you only visit that future version of yourself once in a while, when you're meditating, scripting, or visualizing, you're not anchoring that shift into the quantum field. You're just flirting with the idea of change, not embodying it. The reason many people stay stuck is because they return to their old emotional patterns right after trying to manifest something new. They might say, "I am abundant," during their morning routine, but by the afternoon, they're worrying about bills, feeling doubt, and scrolling through fear-based content. That emotional inconsistency confuses the quantum field. It's not about the words you say. It's about the signal you broadcast, the emotional energy you carry throughout your day. The field doesn't respond to what you want. It responds to what you are on a vibrational, subconscious level. This is why emotional regulation is one of the most powerful spiritual practices you can master. Every time you choose calm over chaos, gratitude over anxiety, trust over control, you're reinforcing a new timeline. You're telling the field, "This is my new baseline. This is who I've become." The more often you return to that inner coherence, the more the field reorganizes itself around your new frequency. You're not chasing a new life. You're tuning into it and letting it become your default signal. Sustainability means showing up to your new energy even when there's no external proof yet. It means returning to alignment again and again, like tuning a radio until the station comes in crystal clear. When your nervous system begins to feel safe in the new state, when you stop reacting to the old reality and start rehearsing the energy of the new, the quantum field locks it in. That's when reality shifts, not because of wishful thinking, but because of energetic consistency. Embody the version of yourself that already lives in the reality you desire. Think like them. Breathe like them. Walk like them. Stop asking when it's going to show up, and start living as if it already has. As Einstein said, no problem can be solved from the same level of consciousness that created it. You must rise in frequency and sustain that level not once, but over and over again until the field mirrors it back to you as physical experience. This is the power of quantum shift. This is how you lock in a new timeline. If you're ready to live in your new timeline, do not just visit it, subscribe for more insights on grounding your manifestations into lasting reality. 10. Daily practice. Blueprint for timeline shifting. Start each day by awakening your awareness, because every reality shift begins with the question, what frequency am I carrying into today? The energy you bring into the world becomes the signal the quantum field responds to. If you're still carrying yesterday's fear, doubt, or limitation, you're simply tuning into the same version of life on repeat. But the moment you stop and ask yourself this question, you interrupt the loop. you become conscious. You take the first step into a new timeline, not by force, but by frequency. As you move into your day, let your actions become the embodiment of your intention. You cannot step into a new timeline while acting from the old one. It's not enough to visualize your dream reality. You must live it now. Speak from your future self. Walk with the confidence of the version of you who already holds the abundance, peace, or love you're seeking. Every choice you make is a vote for the timeline you align with. The field does not respond to your wishes. It responds to your coherence. Life will challenge that coherence. Triggers will arise. Emotions will surface. This is where emotional regulation becomes essential. Instead of reacting from the old self, pause. Breathe deeply. Remember your chosen frequency. Let your nervous system settle into peace rather than chaos. That breath becomes the bridge from an old version of you to the new one you're stepping into. The more often you choose calm in the storm, the more you anchor yourself in a higher reality. You don't heal by avoiding your emotions. You transform by alchemizing them. You are not meant to shift alone. The energy around you matters, which is why community and symbols act as quantum mirrors. Surround yourself with voices, messages, environments, and reminders that reflect where you're headed, not where you've been. Whether it's a podcast that reaffirms your vision, a sacred symbol placed on your desk, or a friend who speaks to your highest potential, these cues keep your signal strong. Energy is absorbed and reflected, and you must curate yours with devotion. And above all, return to the frequency of gratitude not as a reaction to what's already here, but as a declaration of what's already becoming. Gratitude sharpens your frequency, raises your vibration, and fast-tracks the timeline collapse. Speak it aloud. Feel it in your bones. I am grateful for the peace unfolding. I am grateful for the abundance arriving. I am grateful for the version of me that is fully aligned. In gratitude, your signal becomes clear. And the clearer the signal, the faster reality responds. This is not about doing more. It's about being more aligned, moment by moment, breath by breath, emotion by emotion. In this way, you don't force your way into a new reality. You merge with it because your frequency becomes indistinguishable from the life you desire. Now, close your eyes, take a deep breath, and tune into the frequency of your future self. Feel the shift. Say it with me. I am aligned with my highest timeline. I walk in it daily. If this message resonates with you, like this video, share it with someone awakening, and subscribe for more daily guidance on conscious timeline shifting. 11. Final invitation. Live it now. You're not here to chase a better life. You're here to become it. That's the essence of a quantum shift. It's not about striving for a future that always feels just out of reach. It's about stepping into the identity that already holds the reality you desire. You're not waiting for things to change. You're becoming the change that shifts everything. When your frequency matches the outcome you long for, the quantum field has no choice but to mirror it back to you. This shift doesn't require massive leaps. It begins with small, grounded, intentional actions. One clear decision, one bold step, one real moment of alignment can open doors that remain shut for years. Think of someone stuck in a cycle of dreaming without movement. They visualize abundance but hesitate to invest. They imagine confidence but remain silent. The gap isn't in the dream, it's in the lack of embodiment. When you finally act like the version of yourself who already has what you want, the universe takes you seriously. Let's get practical. Within the next 24 hours, do one small thing that reflects the reality you've chosen. If your new self is peaceful, turn your phone off and sit with yourself. If your new self is empowered, say no to what drains you. If your new self is creative, open the blank page and begin. These are not meaningless gestures. These are energetic commands. Every time you move from thinking into being, you collapse a possibility into experience. The quantum field responds to coherence when your thoughts, emotions, and actions speak the same language. You can't trick it with empty affirmations while your nervous system trembles in fear. You must become the frequency of the life you claim to want. This is not about proving your worth. This is about remembering that you already are it and giving that version of you a place to breathe and live through you. Nothing changes until you do. Reality doesn't shift when you want it. It shifts when you do it. This is your final invitation. Not to dream harder, not to wait longer, but to live it now. To seal this shift, take one aligned action within the next 24 hours, no matter how small. This is your final invitation to become the reality you desire. Comment below, "I live it now," to declare your embodiment and inspire others to step into their timeline too. Thank you for taking this journey with us into the heart of quantum transformation. The shift begins not in the outer world, but within you. When your energy aligns, your reality responds. If this message resonated with you, don't keep it to yourself. Like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights that awaken your power. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss the next step on your path to conscious creation. Your new reality is already waiting just to shift into it. The 6 dangerous people Carl Jung says you must avoid. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. In today's video from Spiritual Wisdom, we're diving deep into a powerful message from Jung that could change the way you protect your energy and peace. Jung warned us about 6 types of people whose hidden behaviors can drain your spirit, distort your path, and quietly sabotage your growth. Are any of them in your life right now? As you watch, reflect on your relationships, then comment below. I choose peace over chaos. Your story might just help someone else awaken too. Let's explore this together. 1. The unconscious manipulator. The unconscious manipulator is one of the most dangerous people you can encounter, not because they intend to harm you, but because they don't know they're doing it. Beneath the surface of their charm and emotional depth lies a pattern of hidden projections and unresolved wounds. They carry pain they've never faced, and instead of processing that pain within, they unknowingly hand it to you. You become their emotional mirror, their savior, their energetic sponge. This person doesn't necessarily shout about their suffering. Often, they whisper it through subtle behaviors, passive remarks, victimhood cloaked in vulnerability, and silent expectations that you carry what they refuse to confront. You find yourself feeling responsible for their well-being, even though you never agreed to that contract. You start doubting your instincts, second-guessing your boundaries, and slowly, your emotional clarity becomes fogged with their inner chaos. They don't just want attention, they crave energetic hosting. You become a character in their inner drama without realizing you've been cast. They draw you in with sincerity, maybe even affection. You care for them. You try to help. You tell yourself They're just going through something, and maybe if you love them enough, they'll heal. But what's really happening is far more spiritual than psychological. They are projecting what they refuse to see in themselves onto you, and through that projection, they feed off your emotional strength. Carl Jung called this the danger of projection. When someone refuses to integrate their shadow, the guilt, the shame, the fear they cast those disowned pieces outward, you're not interacting with their truth, you're engaging with a distortion. And because it's unconscious, it escapes logic and bypasses confrontation. You can't talk them out of it because they don't even know it's happening. That's what makes it spiritually treacherous. It feels like love, but it's really a psychic entanglement disguised as compassion. You begin to notice how drained you feel after every interaction. Your energy dips, but your guilt spikes. You feel obligated, even when you want to pull away. You begin carrying their burdens without knowing where yours end and theirs begin. In spiritual wisdom, this is a form of energetic trespassing when someone unconsciously invades your field with their unhealed wounds and makes your soul responsible for their unconscious healing. True love doesn't require you to lose yourself. True connection doesn't ask you to abandon your clarity. When you find yourself constantly rescuing, over-explaining, or walking on emotional eggshells, you must stop and ask, is this real love? Or is this trauma trying to reenact itself in disguise? You are not here to be someone's emotional landfill. You are here to evolve. You are here to awaken. And spiritual growth demands that you recognize when your empathy is being weaponized against you. Some connections aren't sacred. They're spiritual lessons in disguise. You're not being cruel by walking away. You're honoring your soul. And sometimes, the most healing thing you can do for someone is to stop enabling the very patterns that are keeping them stuck. It's not your job to carry what they refuse to hold. Let go. Not with resentment, but with truth. Because as Jung wisely said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. And your fate is far too precious to be entangled in someone else's denial. Have you ever found yourself emotionally drained after helping someone who never truly wants to heal? If so, share your story in the comments so others can relate and learn. If not, comment, I will protect my energy to commit to setting healthy boundaries and reclaiming your peace. Let's support each other on this journey of awareness and emotional freedom. 2. The bearer of the persona. The bearer of the persona is someone who has become a polished illusion so deeply attached to their social mask that they forget it's a mask at all. Polite, composed, and seemingly perfect, they navigate life as if it were a stage. Every gesture is rehearsed, every word filtered through the lens of public approval. But beneath that shiny surface, there is no spontaneity, no raw emotion, no truth. Carl Jung warned us of this kind of person, not because they are outwardly cruel, but because their subtle influence suffocates authenticity, both theirs and yours. When someone clings to their persona, vulnerability becomes threatening. They avoid emotional truth, not only in themselves, but in everyone around them. Instead of connection, they offer performance. Instead of presence, they offer presentation. They pressure others to match their polished facade, to uphold the same image-driven reality they inhabit. In time, you find yourself performing too smiling when you're hurting, nodding when you disagree, suppressing your own emotional depth so you don't disrupt their surface-level harmony. This dynamic is more than uncomfortable. it's spiritually dangerous. Carl Jung believed that the path to individuation, the journey toward becoming your whole self, demands truth, courage, and the willingness to embrace all that is raw and real within you. But the bearer of the persona blocks that path. Their mask isn't just their own burden, it becomes yours too. Being around them creates a quiet, creeping distortion. You forget what it's like to speak from the heart. You trade emotional honesty for acceptance. You dim your light to fit inside their glass cage of perfection. It happens slowly. Like Emily, a rising professional who admired her manager's composure. He was poised and graceful in meetings, always said the right thing, always looked the part. But as months passed, Emily realized she was no longer speaking up. She avoided sharing bold ideas. She began overthinking every conversation, worried about how she'd be perceived. Without realizing it, she had begun to wear her own mask, one that reflected his. What seemed like mentorship turned out to be mimicry. His emotional distance had spread like smoke, clouding her confidence. That's the silent danger Carl Jung wanted us to see. A person who lives entirely in their persona lives disconnected from their soul, and being in their presence can pull you away from yours. There's no joy in a relationship where everything must be filtered, every truth softened, every instinct restrained. What looks like grace may be repression. What feels like order may be a lack of inner freedom. And when you mirror their persona too long, your spirit begins to whisper, "This is not who I am." Spiritual wisdom teaches that to grow, we must surround ourselves with those who welcome truth, who allow us to be messy, tender, real. A person buried in their persona cannot give you that space. They can only give you a mirror for their mask. And if you're not careful, you'll wear it so long, you'll forget your own face. Are you ready to take off the mask and live as your true self? If so, comment below. I choose authenticity to affirm your commitment to inner truth and self-liberation. Let's break free from performance and walk the path of individuation together. 3. The owner of the repressed shadow. They appear calm, collected, and morally upright, always composed, always in control. You might even admire them. But behind this polished mask hides a psychological storm waiting to break loose. Carl Jung called them the owners of the repressed shadow people, who reject the parts of themselves they deem unacceptable. They suppress their anger, their envy, their desires, even their sadness. Not because they are above these emotions, but because they fear them. They fear what these feelings say about who they are. And so, they bury them deep in the unconscious, pretending they don't exist. But the shadow doesn't vanish. It accumulates. Every unspoken truth, every feeling swallowed instead of expressed, becomes fuel for a silent fire. Jung warned that the unconscious, when ignored, doesn't stay passive. It grows in power, waiting for a crack in the surface. And when that crack comes, it doesn't whisper, it explodes. A small comment, a moment of stress, or someone else's emotional honesty can suddenly trigger a sharp and disproportionate outburst. You'll be caught off guard, wondering what just happened. And it won't be a one-time event. Living with someone like this is like walking across a psychological minefield. Everything seems fine until it isn't. These individuals are often the first to shame or criticize others for showing emotion. They see vulnerability as weakness, passion as instability. But what they truly despise in others is what they've never allowed themselves to feel. Their criticism is not insight, it's projection. Jung said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. But for the repressed shadow, there is no reflection, only rejection. They do not see their emotional wounds. They only see your reactions. What makes this dynamic so toxic is that it distorts your sense of reality. You might begin to feel emotionally small around them. You hesitate to speak your truth. You second-guess your feelings. Slowly, you start to wonder, am I overreacting? Am I too sensitive? But it's not you. It's the weight of their unprocessed darkness pressing down on your light. The shadow, Jung taught, is not just a container for evil. It's also the hiding place of your creativity, your strength, your deepest potential. When someone represses it, they don't just lose access to their pain, they lose access to their power. And that loss poisons their relationships. Because intimacy requires authenticity. Connection requires vulnerability. And those who live in denial of their shadow cannot offer either. Spiritual awakening demands that we see clearly, both in others and within ourselves. Not everyone who seems peaceful is truly at peace. Not everyone who looks stable is emotionally safe. You must learn to sense what lies beneath the surface. You must honor your own emotional truth, even when someone else cannot hold it. Because the journey to inner freedom begins where suppression ends. And the greatest act of spiritual wisdom is to choose relationships where your soul can breathe. If you're ready to face your own shadow with honesty and courage, and to stop absorbing the emotional fallout of others' repression, comment below, "I choose emotional truth." Let's walk this path of healing and self-integration together. 4. The moral controller. The moral controller is one of the most deceptive dangers Carl Jung warned us about because they don't wear the face of a villain. Instead, they come cloaked in virtue. They speak as though they are protecting the good, upholding truth, or guiding others to become better. But beneath that polished exterior is a deep psychological defense, projection. Jung's spiritual wisdom reveals that those who obsess over morality often do so because they cannot face their own unconscious impulses. They condemn others not out of love, but to avoid confronting their own shadow. In doing so, they turn morality into a weapon, not a compass, and use guilt as a method of control. They don't shout or attack outright. They suggest. They imply. They say things like, "I'm just concerned," or "I'm only trying to help." But the help always comes with shame. You begin to feel wrong for simply being yourself. Your laughter is too loud. Your ideas are too rebellious. Your joy is too much. Over time, you shrink not because you're bad, but because you've been made to feel bad for being human. Jung emphasized that excessive moralism is often a sign of internal repression. The more someone tries to control your behavior through moral critique, the more likely they are running from their own unresolved darkness. This is especially dangerous in families, where love is supposed to be unconditional. But for the moral controller, love becomes conditional on obedience. The child who is free-spirited, emotional, or curious becomes a threat. They're punished, not for wrongdoing, but for disturbing the parent's fragile inner image of order. In religion, the same pattern repeats. The moral controller uses doctrine not to heal, but to shame. They quote sacred texts, but forget the spirit behind them. Instead of guiding souls to freedom, they bind them in fear. The result is not spiritual awakening. It is suppression, fear, and performance. In strict institutions or belief systems, the moral controller enforces conformity. Individuality becomes a crime. Self-expression is labeled selfish. Dissent is rebellion against truth. Jung's teaching on individuation becomes essential here. The path to wholeness is not about fitting into a mold. It is about integrating all parts of ourselves, including the messy, complex, and emotional aspects that moral controllers want to erase. True spiritual wisdom embraces this paradox. It sees that growth comes not through perfection, but through honesty with our shadow. You'll know you're in the presence of a moral controller when you constantly feel small, guilty, or like you're walking on eggshells. Their energy doesn't invite authenticity. It demands compliance. And yet, they rarely see themselves as controlling. They think they're righteous. That's the most dangerous part. As Jung said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. The moral controller is being directed by their unconscious, and until they face it, they will try to direct yours. Trust your inner compass. True morality uplifts. It does not humiliate. It liberates. It does not bind. It comes from awareness, not projection. When morality is used to shame rather than to guide with compassion, it has ceased to be moral. If this message helped you see the hidden dynamics of moral control, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's break free from shame-based systems and support each other on the path to deeper self-awareness and true spiritual wisdom. 5. The complexed person. The complexed person lives in a constant storm of unresolved emotional wounds, often hidden beneath a surface of charm or sensitivity. One day, they're warm and affectionate. The next, they're cold, irrational, or unpredictably angry. This instability isn't just confusing. It pulls you into their inner chaos. You begin shrinking yourself, tiptoeing around their triggers, and carrying the emotional weight they refuse to face. The more you try to create peace, the more you lose pieces of yourself. Carl Jung described these individuals as being dominated by complexes, psychic fragments formed by trauma. These complexes, according to Jung, function like splinter personalities. They can hijack the person's behavior and emotions, making them act in ways that seem completely disconnected from the present moment. You're not interacting with the adult in front of you. You're confronting their abandoned pain, their rejected self, their unhealed memories. And the more unconscious these complexes are, the more powerful and destructive they become. In daily life, this shows up as emotional whiplash. One moment they're praising you, the next they're tearing you down for a slight that never existed. You're accused of being insensitive, unloving, or distant simply because their inner wounds are speaking louder than reality. You begin to feel like you're always doing damage control. But no matter how careful you are, it's never enough. You start to question yourself, your intentions, even your worth. That's the power of a complexed person. They don't just cause confusion, they make you doubt your truth. Spiritual wisdom calls us to compassion, but also to discernment. You can hold space for someone's pain, but you cannot let it become your prison. You are not the antidote to their trauma. You are not responsible for the healing they refuse to do. Carl Jung warned that when someone refuses to confront their unconscious, that unconscious will control them and in turn harm others. These people are not evil, but they are unsafe until they become aware. In today's world, these individuals might be colleagues, partners, even family members. You may think you're helping by staying, by softening, by sacrificing. But emotional instability, when repeated and unchecked, becomes a form of manipulation, whether intentional or not. Every time you deny your own needs to avoid triggering theirs, you abandon your own center. Every time you excuse their chaos, you normalize the erosion of your peace. The truth is, you cannot love someone into healing. You cannot stabilize someone who hasn't chosen to become whole. And you cannot continue shrinking just to make someone else feel big. As Jung taught, the work of integrating one's shadow, one's trauma, is deeply personal. No one can do it for you, and no one should suffer because you've refused to. The complex person isn't dangerous because they're broken. They're dangerous because they're unaware. An unconscious pain will always look for someone else to carry it. Don't let that someone be you. If you've made it this far, comment below, "I'm staying aware," to show your presence and focus. Your voice matters. Every comment helps us grow this space for healing, clarity, and spiritual insight. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share if this message spoke to you. 6. The psychic vampire. A psychic vampire doesn't always come cloaked in darkness. Often, they arrive in the form of a friend, a partner, or even a family member, someone who appears emotionally fragile, always in need, constantly seeking attention, validation, or comfort. At first, you respond with compassion. You listen, you offer support, you show up. But slowly, something shifts. Without realizing it, you begin to feel tired after every interaction, confused about where your energy went, guilty for wanting space. This is not a coincidence, it's a pattern. Psychic vampires don't want to grow or heal. They want to be carried. And it's always you who ends up doing the heavy lifting. Carl Jung observed this deeply destructive dynamic and offered spiritual wisdom that pierces through the illusion. He believed that psychic vampires are individuals who have failed to individuate, who have not yet awakened spiritually to their own inner self. Instead of drawing strength from within, they latch onto others, feeding off emotional energy like it's their only lifeline. Jung wrote, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls." And this avoidance, this refusal to go inward, makes them cling outward to you. They don't see you as a person. They see you as a source. You'll notice that they often play the victim, subtly manipulating others through guilt, tears, or helplessness. They may not even realize they're doing it, but the result is the same: a toxic symbiosis, where your role becomes to emotionally rescue someone who never truly wants to be rescued. You feel responsible for their sadness, obligated to respond to every emotional crisis, expected to drop everything just to keep them afloat. Over time, this dynamic dissolves your sense of self. You stop asking, "What do I feel?" because you're too busy trying to manage what they feel. Spiritual awakening is not just about enlightenment. It's also about recognizing what dims your light. And nothing does that more quietly than a psychic vampire. They don't scream. They sigh. They don't demand. They imply. But make no mistake, the damage is real. The exhaustion, the anxiety, the emotional depletion, these are signs that your energy field is being drained. And if you ignore those signs for too long, you begin to lose touch with your own center. You begin to confuse overgiving with kindness, guilt with love, sacrifice with purpose. In truth, protecting your energy is not selfish, it's sacred. Jung's spiritual wisdom reminds us that real healing can only happen when a person faces their own unconscious shadow. If they refuse to do that inner work, no amount of your compassion will fill that void. You are not responsible for someone else's refusal to awaken. Your light is not meant to keep another person's darkness at bay. You are meant to walk your own path, not carry someone who won't move their feet. If someone in your life leaves you feeling consistently drained, confused, or guilty, listen to that feeling. It's not weakness, it's your soul speaking. And your soul knows when it's being robbed of its light. If this message has helped you recognize the hidden drainers in your life, leave a comment of awareness. I protect my energy and honor my peace. Your story might be the light someone else needs to finally break free. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss another insight on your path to spiritual wisdom and emotional freedom. Thank you for joining us on this eye-opening journey through Carl Jung's timeless wisdom. The people we allow into our lives shape not only our mindset, but also our destiny. By becoming aware of these dangerous personality types, you're already taking a powerful step toward protecting your peace and preserving your energy. If you found this message valuable, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Hit the notification bell so you never miss a moment of clarity, growth, and transformation in our upcoming videos. Stay mindful, stay empowered, and as always, protect your spirit. Eight signs that someone close to you secretly hates you. The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. Carl Jung. Have you ever felt a strange twist in your gut when someone complimented you? As if their words didn't match the energy behind them? That's not paranoia. It's your intuition sensing the shadow self that Jung spoke of. The hidden envy, resentment, and secret competition masked by fake smiles. In today's video on Spiritual Wisdom, we'll explore 8 subtle signs that someone close to you may secretly hate you. These insights aren't just warnings, they're keys to self-protection and emotional clarity. Have you ever experienced this before? Drop your story or thoughts in the comments. We're here to grow and awaken together. Chapter 1. Sarcasm as contempt. When someone close to you constantly masks cruelty as comedy, it's not affection, it's contempt. Sarcasm, when used as a weapon, is one of the most overlooked signs of hidden hostility. These are not harmless jokes. They are precision attacks disguised as playfulness, aimed directly at your insecurities. The words may sound light, but the impact is heavy. You laugh along, but deep down, your soul feels a sting it cannot ignore. The phrase, "it was just a joke," becomes a recurring shield they hide behind. Every time you wince or shrink, they pull it out like a get-out-of-jail-free card. But these jokes always seem to land where you're most vulnerable. Your appearance, your ambitions, your values. It's not random, it's targeted. And when the humor consistently makes you feel small, anxious, or ashamed, that's no accident. It's emotional manipulation. Their sarcasm is a quiet way of controlling the emotional climate, of keeping you off balance without ever getting their hands dirty. Carl Jung taught us about the shadow, the unconscious parts of ourselves we deny and project onto others. Sarcastic jabs often reveal more about the one delivering them than the one receiving them. Behind every joke that cuts too deep lies suppressed envy, insecurity, or resentment. Instead of confronting those emotions within themselves, these individuals direct them at you. And because it's wrapped in humor, you're made to feel guilty for noticing, as if your discomfort is the real problem. But your intuition doesn't lie. When your gut tightens, When your spirit dims in someone's presence, pay attention. The person who constantly teases you might not be teasing at all. They might be bleeding their shadow into your light. And no matter how polished their smile or casual their tone, the damage adds up. Over time, you begin to shrink, not just around them, but within yourself. True connection uplifts. It doesn't hide daggers in laughter. If someone's humor consistently makes you feel diminished, that's a red flag one that shouldn't be brushed off with. They didn't mean it. Because the truth is, they did. Maybe not consciously, but their shadow did. And your body felt it before your mind could explain it. Have you ever laughed along with someone, only to walk away feeling drained or insulted? If this resonates with you, drop a comment below saying, "I've felt this energy," so others know they're not alone, and so we can keep diving deeper into the hidden truths that protect our peace. Chapter 2. Subtle Sabotage. They don't stab you in the back. They slice your spirit with tiny paper cuts you're not supposed to notice. Again and again, they forget your big moments. They miss your graduation, your birthday, your product launch. When you need encouragement, they go silent. When you ask for advice, they offer suggestions that subtly nudge you in the wrong direction, disguised as help but designed to derail. This isn't random. It's not bad luck or forgetfulness. It's calculated, quiet sabotage. And the worst part? They smile through it all, making it harder for you to trust your own intuition. What makes it so hard to detect is the way they dress their neglect and politeness. They say things like, "I totally meant to be there," or "I just had something come up," again and again. But when it's their moment, they expect your full attention. They hold you accountable for their needs, but offer none of that accountability in return. At first, you make excuses for them. Maybe they're overwhelmed. Maybe they didn't know how important it was. But over time, a pattern emerges. And that pattern whispers a truth your soul already knows. They don't truly support you. They may not say it aloud, but their actions scream it. And their silence when you succeed? That silence is the loudest sound in the room. People like this erode your confidence, not with open criticism, but with invisible weight. When you talk about your dreams, they tilt their head and give you lukewarm encouragement, just enough to seem supportive, not enough to uplift. They might say, "Are you sure you're ready for that?" Or, "That's a big risk, don't you think?" And when things go well, they minimize your wins. Anyone could have done that. You just got lucky. It's death by 1,000 dismissals. And somehow, you end up doubting yourself, questioning your worth, your ideas, your timing, when the real sabotage wasn't internal, but environmental. This behavior often stems from the shadow self that Carl Jung spoke about, a part of the human psyche that hides the things people don't want to admit, like jealousy, competition, and resentment. Rather than deal with those uncomfortable feelings directly, some people project them sideways, through sabotage cloaked as concern. They don't want to confront their envy, so instead, they undercut you slowly, hoping you'll fail quietly, so they won't have to feel left behind. This isn't always conscious, but it is dangerous. Because while you're busy being honest and open, they're busy plotting in silence, usually under the guise of friendship. In modern life, this shows up in close relationships more than we care to admit. A coworker who never shares credit. A sibling who always changes the subject when you talk about something you're proud of. A best friend who only calls when they need something. They don't argue. They don't insult you. They just fail you, little by little, until you shrink, until you stop asking, until you stop shining so bright, just to keep the peace. But real love doesn't ask you to dim your light. Real support doesn't vanish when you rise. These people are masters of disguise. And if you keep giving them the benefit of the doubt, you'll find yourself exhausted, insecure, and emotionally confused. That's the goal of quiet sabotage, to make you doubt yourself so much that you never notice it was them all along. That's why recognizing this pattern is crucial to your healing. Not everyone who smiles at you loves you. Not everyone who claps is happy for you. And not everyone who says, "I'm proud of you," means it in their heart. If someone in your life consistently makes you feel unsupported, confused, or deflated after interacting with them, don't ignore it. That's not just a feeling. That's your spirit picking up on something your eyes can't see. Don't wait for proof. Their energy is the evidence. Leave a comment below if this resonates with you, and write, "I choose aligned, loving connections," to affirm your commitment to the relationships that nourish your soul. Chapter 3. Silent competition. Every time you succeed, there's a flicker in their eyes, a pause in their cheer, a shift in their tone. They smile, but it feels like a mask. Because deep down, your success isn't something they celebrate. It's something they measure themselves against. You're not just growing. You're unknowingly challenging their self-worth. What you see as a win, they secretly take as a loss. And instead of cheering you on, they mentally prepare their counterstrike. A story about their own accomplishment, a subtle one-up, a reminder that you're not ahead they are, or at least they want to be. This is not friendship. This is a silent competition. It's not loud. It doesn't scream jealousy. It whispers it in every reaction that feels slightly off. You talk about something you're proud of, and suddenly they change the subject. You shine, and they dim the room just enough so no one notices. You feel drained, not because of your work, but because you're surrounded by someone who turns every moment into a scoreboard. They don't clap when you win. They calculate. They don't walk beside you. They race you in secret. And the finish line keeps moving because they're not in it for joy. They're in it for ego. You start questioning yourself. You wonder if maybe you're just too sensitive. But Carl Jung reminded us, everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. Their irritation with your growth reveals their refusal to grow. Their envy is not really about you. It's about the parts of themselves they've left abandoned. When your confidence enters the room, it confronts their insecurity. When your ambition speaks, it exposes their complacency. And that's why they compete. Because they don't know how to confront their own stillness. Instead of healing, they project. Instead of evolving, they compare. You were never trying to compete. You were just trying to become. But now, you're caught in an invisible war with someone who pretends to love you, but secretly resents your rise. And here's the dangerous part. You may begin shrinking yourself to keep the peace. You may water yourself down to be digestible to people who never intended to grow beside you. You may silence your joy so they don't feel small. But that's not your job. Your light is not a threat. It's a mirror. What they see in you reflects what they refuse to face in themselves. This is the energy that drains you without a word. The energy that hides behind compliments and claps, but always carries the undercurrent of envy. When hate wears the costume of friendship, it becomes a slow poison. It doesn't attack you, it erodes you. And if you're not aware, you'll normalize that erosion. You'll keep toxic people close because they never did anything wrong. But energy doesn't lie, and silence can scream louder than words. Pay attention. True friends don't compete, they inspire. They don't flinch at your glow, they amplify it. They don't feel threatened by your transformation. They celebrate it because they too are evolving. If your presence makes someone insecure, it's not your duty to dim. It's their responsibility to heal. Did you find this helpful? If so, please comment "awesome" below so we can continue to explore this kind of deep spiritual wisdom together. Chapter 4. Superficial kindness. Their compliments sound sweet, but something in your gut twists. You hear, "I'm proud of you," or "You're amazing." Yet there's a hollow echo behind the words. The smile on their face doesn't reach their eyes. You notice it, even if you try to brush it off. It's that quiet voice inside whispering, "They don't really mean it." This is not paranoia, it's intuition. Carl Jung believed that what we fail to bring into awareness will rule our lives in silence. That includes the hidden resentment behind polite smiles. True friends don't just say kind things. They radiate warmth when they say them. Real support is felt in the heart. Superficial kindness, on the other hand, feels like being hugged by someone who's emotionally checked out. You sense it when their energy doesn't match their words. The conversation feels scripted. They use the right phrases: "I support you," "You deserve it," "Good job." But their presence is missing. There's no real eye contact, no empathy in their voice. Everything about their interaction feels robotic, as if they're acting from obligation rather than care. According to Jung, this is the shadow self in action. Envy, frustration, and competition dressed up in politeness. And though they may never openly say a hurtful thing, their energy quietly drains you. You leave conversations with them feeling confused, like something just doesn't add up. You might begin to notice they only show up when it benefits them. They celebrate your success publicly, but privately, they go silent. When you're struggling, they offer vague support, but they're quick to disappear when you need real emotional presence. A person who secretly resents you won't attack you. They'll avoid you, or worse, stay close enough to observe you, but far enough to never uplift you. They'll clap with the crowd, but you'll feel the pause in their applause. You'll sense the hesitation behind their congratulations. This kind of subtle sabotage is hard to explain, but your spirit feels the disconnect even if your mind can't find the proof. Their politeness starts to feel like a performance. Every kind word seems rehearsed. Every compliment feels like a transaction. You might start to wonder if you're imagining things, especially because nothing overt has happened, no betrayal, no harsh words. But that's the trick. The most dangerous hatred is not the loud kind, it's the quiet one, masked by etiquette. And if you ignore it long enough, it begins to erode your energy, self-trust, and emotional clarity. Because the truth is, love never needs a script, it flows. But resentment rehearses every word to appear clean on the surface. When someone's kindness lacks soul, when their support feels more like strategy than sincerity, it's not just awkward, it's toxic. And the longer you stay in their energy, the more your own spirit starts to dim. Jung reminds us that we must bring the shadow to light, or else it controls us from the dark. So when you feel that off vibe from someone who's nice, pay attention. You're not being overly sensitive. You're reading energy accurately. Energy doesn't lie. Words do. If you've ever felt the chill behind a warm smile, you're not alone. Subscribe for more insights on decoding fake kindness and building truly authentic connections. Chapter 5. Controlling through care. Their words sound like wisdom, but the result is always the same. Your dreams get smaller. You speak your truth. They nod with concern, and suddenly you're doubting yourself. They say it's for your own good, but somehow you always end up discouraged, hesitant, or quietly giving up on what lights you up inside. This isn't love, it's control, wearing the mask of protection. What they call advice is often their attempt to keep you in a place that feels safe for them, not for you. Carl Jung once said that people who can't manage their own inner chaos often try to control others to create the illusion of safety. Their inner disorder leaks outward, not through rage or obvious aggression, but through soft-spoken warnings, logical arguments, and carefully disguised fear. And because they sound calm and composed, you believe them. You internalize their fear as your own. You shrink, thinking it's maturity. You settle, thinking it's wisdom. But pay close attention. Their concern always flows in one direction, away from your expansion. They never say, "How can I help you grow into that?" They say, "Are you sure? That's risky. What if you fail?" They push you toward comfort, but never freedom. Behind every piece of their guidance is a hidden message. Don't change. Because if you change, you'll leave the version of yourself they know how to control. This kind of dynamic plays out everywhere in families, friendships, and romantic relationships. You tell your mother you want to leave your job and pursue your calling, and she says, "Just be grateful you have stability." You tell your partner you want to write a book, and they say, "You don't have time for that." You mention moving to another city, and your best friend looks away and says, "But everything you need is right here." And each time, you're left wondering if your desires are selfish, immature, or unrealistic. It's not just discouragement, it's emotional scripting. You start to believe that dreaming big is dangerous, that wanting more is a betrayal, that growing means losing love. And that's the real trap. When fear dresses up as care, you confuse control for closeness. Their shadow, the part of them that feels unsafe, insecure, and unworthy, reaches out and quietly steers your life. Not because they hate you, but because they haven't made peace with their own chaos. But you don't owe anyone your smallness. Your vision doesn't need their permission. And love, real love, will never stand in the way of your evolution. It won't cage you to feel secure. It won't shrink you to avoid abandonment. It will walk beside you, even if the path makes them uncomfortable. Because true care is not about control. It's about support, trust, and believing in your light, even when it outshines their shadow. If this message opened your eyes today, leave a comment of truth. I trust my path. I release control and walk boldly in my purpose. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell for more powerful insights every week. Chapter 6. Gossip and criticism behind your back. They won't confront you directly. Instead, they chip away at your spirit with whispers. Their words creep through social spaces like smoke, twisting your intentions, reshaping your character, and planting suspicion in the minds of others. Suddenly, you're left wondering why the energy in the room shifts when you enter. Why do people hesitate before responding? Why do friends begin to feel distant? This isn't paranoia. It's a reaction to the silent sabotage of someone who pretends to support you, all while crafting a version of you that fits their insecurities. Carl Jung believed the shadow self holds all the parts of us we reject. And when someone refuses to face that darkness, it leaks out in manipulation and gossip. They don't just talk. They inject venom subtly, so it's not easily traced back to them. They say just enough to raise eyebrows, just enough to make others doubt you. Their smiles remain polite, but their words travel in secret, draining your relationships and your peace of mind. And the reason they do this? It's not your success, your kindness, or even your mistakes. It's the way your light exposes their unresolved wounds. These individuals avoid open conflict because confrontation would require honesty, and honesty would demand vulnerability. Instead, they manipulate perception. They isolate you not by removing you, but by poisoning how others see you. It's slow, it's silent, and it works if you don't wake up to it. You start to second-guess your own intuition. You tone yourself down. You shrink to make the atmosphere lighter. But the truth is, what they say about you behind your back is a mirror of what they feel about themselves. Their criticism reveals their own shame. Their gossip reveals their jealousy. And here's the twist. They often frame their criticism as concern. "I'm just worried about her," they'll say, while tearing apart your choices. "I just think he's changing," they'll whisper, while resenting your growth. This kind of manipulation is dangerous because it sounds like care. But real care doesn't operate in the shadows. Real friends speak directly, protect your name, and tell you hard truths to your face, not to a crowd behind your back. If someone close to you is spreading rumors, twisting your words, or turning others against you without cause, they don't just dislike you, they resent you, maybe even hate you. And the more you rise, the more their shadow panics. You owe it to yourself to recognize these signs, not to seek revenge, but to protect your peace. Because being around someone who secretly hates you is like drinking poisoned water. It looks clear, but it's killing something inside you every day. Have you ever felt the sting of being misunderstood because of whispers you never heard but felt? If this message speaks to your heart, share your experience in the comments so others know they're not alone. And if you've ever stayed silent while someone twisted your truth, comment, "I choose truth," and let's stand strong together. Chapter 7. No joy in your success. They smiled when you were broken. They clapped when you were trying. But now that you're actually succeeding, they're nowhere to be found. That silence isn't a coincidence, it's a message. When someone close to you quietly withdraws as you rise, it's often because your growth is confronting something they haven't dealt with inside themselves. Carl Jung called it the shadow of the hidden parts of the psyche we disown, but end up projecting onto others. And your light has now become a threat to their darkness. They didn't mind you climbing when they thought you'd never make it. In fact, they were comfortable as long as you were beneath them or struggling beside them. But now, your success exposes their stagnation. Your happiness reminds them of their discontent. You haven't done anything wrong, but in their eyes, you've become too much, too bold, too blessed, too free. And instead of cheering, they retreat. They make excuses. They distance themselves. Not because you've changed, but because you've outgrown the version of you that made them feel safe. It often starts subtly. The congratulations become quieter. The responses to your joy feel forced or rehearsed. When you share your wins, they switch the subject. When you celebrate, they downplay. It's not just what they say, it's what they don't say. Silence in moments of your joy speaks louder than applause during your pain. Because when someone's heart is secretly competing with you, your success doesn't inspire them, it wounds them. And yet, they were always available when you were hurting. When life hit you hard, they had time. When you doubted yourself, they were there with words. But now that you believe in yourself, now that you're shining, they disappear. Because your light reveals their inner chaos. Carl Jung believed that people who can't handle their own inner turmoil often try to suppress or distance themselves from the people who remind them of what they could be. Your success becomes a mirror they don't want to look into. True friends grow with you. They evolve alongside you. They're not intimidated by your wings. They help you fly. But envious ones? They won't attack you. They'll just fade. They'll use phrases like, "I'm just busy," or "You've changed," to mask what they really feel, left behind. Their emotional withdrawal isn't about boundaries, it's about bruised egos. Your joy bruises their pride, and instead of doing the work to heal, they choose the easier route: silence, distance, and quiet resentment. But your progress is not an offense. Your happiness is not a betrayal. And their discomfort is not your burden to carry. You don't have to shrink just to keep someone else comfortable in your light. You weren't meant to stay small so others could feel big. If they can't clap when you win, they were never truly on your team. Growth will always reveal who was clapping from the heart and who was clapping for control. Their silence is their confession. Their distance is their decision. And your continued rise is your truth. Keep climbing. Keep glowing. Let your joy be loud, even if it makes others quiet. Because the ones meant for you will never fear your light. They'll reflect it. Comment below. I celebrate my growth unapologetically if you're done shrinking to make others comfortable. Let's rise boldly and in truth together. Chapter 8. Body language never lies. Their words may say, "I'm happy for you," but their body speaks a different truth. The smile they flash is tight. Their eyes avoid yours. The energy in the room shifts subtly but unmistakably. You feel it. It's not what they said. It's how they said it, how they stood, how they looked away just a second too long. Carl Jung believed that the unconscious reveals itself when the conscious tries to hide. And that's exactly what happens when hidden resentment slips through the cracks of polite conversation. You don't need a psychology degree to pick up on these signals. Your intuition already knows. The gut twist you feel isn't random. The unease in your chest isn't paranoia. It's your body translating microsignals. Stiff posture, crossed arms, delayed responses, shallow compliments. These aren't accidental. They are the unconscious body's confession. The body can't lie, even when the mouth does. And yet, so often, we second-guess ourselves. We tell ourselves they're just tired, distracted, or going through something. But patterns reveal truth. When someone consistently reacts to your wins with tension or withdrawal, you're not imagining it. Their resentment may be silent, but it's not invisible. It shows in the way they change the subject when you share good news. It reveals itself in the forced smile when others praise you. It leaks out in their lack of enthusiasm, the emotional vacancy behind the congratulations. Real friends don't compete with your light. They rise with it. When you grow, they feel inspired, not threatened. When you shine, they don't squint. They celebrate. That emotional presence, That shared joy is the mark of authentic connection. On the other hand, someone who secretly harbors resentment will always find ways to dim the moment, not by shouting, not by arguing, but by slowly pulling back their energy, their support, their warmth. This silent withdrawal becomes more painful over time, because it's not just what they do, it's what they withhold. They don't clap when you rise. They don't ask how you feel. They don't celebrate your joy with full presence. Instead, they nod while secretly stepping away inside. And that distance is not physical. It's emotional. It's spiritual. It's the kind of quiet sabotage that leaves you questioning your worth, your path, and even your perception. So watch the body. Feel the energy. Trust the space between the words, because the body never lies. The micro-expressions, the energy pull, the hesitations reveal everything the mouth refuses to admit. When someone says, "I'm proud of you," but looks like they're in pain, listen to the look, not the sentence. When they say, "That's great news," but don't ask another question, hear the silence louder than the phrase. Your body knows, your intuition remembers, and your spirit feels every shift. The deeper lesson is this: you are not here to shrink for someone else's comfort. You're not meant to dull your light to protect someone else's shadow. So pay attention to what's unsaid, because that's where the truth lives. To affirm your trust in your inner wisdom, declare it now. Comment below, "I trust what I feel," to honor your intuition and inspire others to read beyond words and recognize the truth that body language reveals. Thank you for watching this eye-opening journey into the hidden layers of human emotion and energy. If any of these signs resonated with you, remember, trust your intuition, protect your peace, and never apologize for sensing what others try to hide. You deserve relationships built on authenticity, not secret resentment. If you found value in this message, please like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights like this. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss an episode that could shift your perspective and protect your energy. Until next time, stay wise, stay empowered. Jung's final warning to empaths: they're feeding on your light. Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darkness of other people. Carl Jung. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom. If you're someone who feels everything deeply, who absorbs the emotions of others like a sponge, this message is especially for you. Jung's final warning to empaths is not just theory, it's a vital wake-up call. In a world full of energy vampires and unconscious projections, your light is precious and it's under siege. This video will help you understand how to protect your energy and stop feeding those who drain you. As you watch, ask yourself, where in my life am I giving too much? Share your insights in the comments. We'd love to hear how you protect your light. And if this resonates with you, don't forget to like, subscribe, and pass this wisdom on to someone who needs it. 1. Being an empath is a gift, but one that comes with danger. Empaths carry a sacred sensitivity that allows them to feel what others cannot even name. They walk into a space and sense the weight of emotions left unspoken, absorbing energies that do not belong to them. This sensitivity is not a flaw. It is rare spiritual wisdom in action. But the very light that makes them healers also makes them targets. Jung understood this danger. When your soul shines brightly, it doesn't just attract love. It calls in the shadows, the wounded, the broken, and the unaware who unconsciously feed off your inner light. These people are not necessarily malicious. They are simply lost in their own pain, and they gravitate toward empaths like moths to a flame, seeking comfort instead of transformation. Empaths often confuse emotional responsibility with love. They pour themselves out, thinking that absorbing someone's sorrow is an act of compassion. But this unchecked compassion turns into a quiet self-erasure. Jung warned that real growth, or individuation, comes from recognizing the line between self and other. Without this, the empath becomes overwhelmed, not from their own life, but from carrying the emotional burdens of those unwilling to face themselves. They begin to dim, not all at once, but slowly, through constant listening, caretaking, overgiving, through guilt-tripped relationships, emotional manipulation masked as vulnerability, and the subtle expectation that they must always be the strong one. Empaths don't burn out because they care too much. They burn out because they forget to care for themselves. Unhealed people unconsciously seek out empaths to avoid doing the hard work of healing. They do not want to confront their shadow, so they drain the energy of those who have already made peace with theirs. These energy dynamics are subtle. They hide behind phrases like, "You're the only one who understands me," or "I just feel better when I'm with you." But if you're always the one carrying the conversation, calming the crisis, and holding space, while they offer nothing in return, you're not in a relationship. You're being used as emotional infrastructure. Spiritual wisdom teaches that love without boundaries is not love, it's codependence. To guard your light is not selfish, it's sacred. Your empathy must be guided by discernment. Helping someone doesn't mean abandoning yourself. You can support others without absorbing their chaos. You can care without collapsing. The more you honor your energy, the more your relationships shift. Some people will resist your boundaries because they benefited from your lack of them. That's not your burden to carry anymore. True healing begins when you realize you are not responsible for fixing others. Your role is not to be everyone's emotional sponge. Your gift is powerful, but it is not meant to be given without wisdom. You must learn to say no with love, to walk away without guilt, and to give without draining yourself. This is not cold. This is conscious. And this is the difference between being consumed and being empowered. Your light is not for everyone, and it shouldn't be. Have you ever felt like your light was being drained by someone you were only trying to help? If so, share your story in the comments to inspire and protect other empaths. If not, comment, "I will protect my light," to begin honoring your energy starting today. Let's grow stronger together. 2. The empath narcissist. Dynamic is archetypal and unconscious. Empaths and narcissists are not simply individuals caught in toxic relationships. They are unconscious actors in a symbolic, archetypal drama. This dynamic isn't about love or attraction. It is about unresolved pain, searching for resolution through others. The empath, with their boundless compassion and deep sensitivity, takes on the role of the healer. They give endlessly, hoping their love can soothe the wounds of those around them. The narcissist, cloaked in confidence but hollow within, becomes the taker feeding off the empath's light to fill their own emotional void. This isn't just psychological, it is spiritual. It is a silent cry from both souls, yearning to be seen, healed, and whole. This energetic magnetism isn't random. Carl Jung's wisdom helps us understand that we are often driven by unconscious forces we have yet to confront. The empath's compulsion to fix others stems from a wound of worthiness, believing their value lies in their ability to nurture and save. The narcissist's need to control arises from a deep fear of rejection, masked by grandiosity. Each reflects the shadow of the other. One hides their pain behind caretaking, the other behind manipulation. Together, they create a cycle of mutual destruction, masquerading as destiny. But this cycle is not fate. It is a lesson, a spiritual awakening in disguise. When you begin to recognize this pattern, you are not just breaking free from someone else's grip. You are awakening to the truth of your own energetic boundaries. You are learning that love is not meant to cost your light. You are discovering that giving from a place of depletion is not healing. It is self-abandonment. The narcissist, unknowingly, becomes the catalyst for the empath's transformation. They show the empath where they still betray themselves for approval, where they still confuse love with sacrifice. In Jungian terms, this is an invitation to individuation, to step out of the unconscious roles you've inherited and reclaim your wholeness. When you withdraw your energy from the one who feeds but never gives, you redirect it inward. You begin to see yourself not as broken, but as powerful. The light you once gave away so freely is not gone. It is waiting to be reintegrated. You stop being the healer who bleeds for others and become the sovereign soul who protects their own flame. The empath-narcissist bond unravels when the empath stops needing to be needed, and the narcissist is no longer fed. The illusion collapses, and in its place, truth emerges. A truth born not from blame, but from deep self-awareness. This is not just emotional healing, it is spiritual awakening. You are not here to be consumed. You are here to rise, to reclaim your energy, and to recognize that the love you've been trying to give others is the very love you were always meant to give yourself. If this insight into the empath-narcissist dynamic resonated with you, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your reflections in the comments below. Let's continue exploring the deeper patterns that shape our relationships together. 3. Trauma and adaptation shape the empath's identity. Many empaths did not simply wake up one day and discover they could feel the emotions of others. They were shaped by environments that demanded they do so. In childhood, emotional attunement often became a form of survival. When a caregiver's mood determined whether the home was calm or chaotic, the child learned to scan every gesture, tone, and silence for signs of danger. This hypervigilance became second nature, eventually shaping an identity rooted in emotional detection. The empath did not ask to become a sponge for others' energy. They became one because it kept them safe. But what was once a defense becomes a magnet. Without healing, the empath's nervous system continues to draw in people who take more than they give. Emotional takers, those who unconsciously seek warmth, validation, and constant attention, are instinctively drawn to empaths. They're not interested in reciprocity. They seek to be soothed, to be seen, to be filled. Carl Jung warned, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." This is the empath's silent curse, carrying wounds so deep they become the compass for who they allow into their life. And until these unconscious patterns are healed, they will keep attracting those who consume rather than honor their light. Take, for example, someone like Rachel, a nurse who is loved by her friends for always being there, always knowing what to say. Yet every time she's alone, she feels empty. Her phone is full of messages from people seeking advice, yet no one ever checks in on her. She was the child who had to soothe a parent's emotional breakdowns, who believed that being needed was the same as being loved. Now, as an adult, her value feels tied to how useful she is to others. Her boundaries are thin because saying no feels like abandonment. She overgives, then resents, but then overgives again, trapped in a cycle her nervous system equates with love. This is how trauma disguises itself as compassion. It teaches you that the only way to be safe is to disappear behind someone else's needs. And so the empath becomes a mirror for others' pain, but forgets how to recognize their own. Carl Jung's insight into this dynamic reveals that true healing only begins when the empath stops seeing their gift as a burden and starts understanding where it came from. It is not enough to say, "I'm just sensitive." One must ask, who taught me I had to feel everything to be worthy of love? The path to transformation begins with boundaries, not walls, but sacred space. The empath must learn to distinguish between compassion and self-sacrifice. To understand that love, given from depletion, is not love, it is compliance. And compliance is the language of trauma, not truth. When the empath starts reclaiming their right to rest, to be seen, to be nourished, something extraordinary happens. Their gift no longer leaks, it radiates. Their presence no longer invites consumption, it inspires respect. Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom reminds us that individuation, the process of becoming whole, requires us to bring both light and shadow into awareness. For empaths, this means honoring not just their capacity to feel for others, but also their right to feel for themselves. Not everyone who finds warmth in your soul is meant to stay. Not everyone who needs you is entitled to you. Protect your light, not with fear, but with clarity. Not with resentment, but with reverence. If you've recognized yourself in this journey of survival turned identity, you're not alone. Comment below, "I am ready to heal my empath identity," to affirm your next step toward conscious wholeness. 4. Self-sacrifice is not love. It's a pattern of self-erasure. Many empaths believe that love means enduring pain, fixing others, or constantly sacrificing their own well-being. But this isn't true compassion. It's a silent pattern of self-abandonment. It's not love when it costs you your voice, your peace, or your identity. The emotional labor of always being the healer, the forgiver, the one who carries the weight for everyone else, becomes a quiet betrayal of the self. You start losing your center, not because others took it, but because you gave it away under the illusion that this is what it means to care. When you constantly dim your light so that others feel more comfortable in their shadows, you aren't helping them grow. You're enabling their stagnation. And worse, you are starving your own soul of the energy it needs to evolve. What masquerades as unconditional love is often codependency in disguise. You feel needed, so you stay. You feel responsible, so you fix. You feel guilty, so you stay silent. But the truth is, any love that requires you to shrink is not love. It's a slow disappearance. Carl Jung understood this deeply when he warned about the dangers of the unconscious. He believed that when you shine too brightly, those who are not ready to face their own darkness will not celebrate your light. They will feed on it. And if you're not aware of this dynamic, you'll think your exhaustion is love. You'll think your burnout is devotion. But really, it's the price you're paying for trying to be everything to everyone. This is where spiritual wisdom becomes essential. You must understand that being empathic does not mean being boundaryless. Sensitivity is not a weakness, but it becomes one when it lacks protection. Your intuition, your energy, your emotional depth are sacred, and if you do not guard them, others will drain them unconsciously. You cannot be a healer if you are constantly bleeding. You cannot be a light if you keep burning yourself down for people who refuse to build their own fire. To choose yourself is not to betray others. It is to honor the divine spark within you. It is to say, I matter too. It is to recognize that real love does not demand self-erasure. It celebrates authenticity, truth, and mutual respect. Choosing rest over martyrdom, truth over silence, and wholeness over performance is not selfish. It's self-respect. And without self-respect, no relationship, no act of giving, no spiritual journey can ever be sustainable. Empathy must be rooted in wisdom. Compassion must include yourself. Love must be mutual. Otherwise, it becomes a slow form of spiritual starvation. You are not here to dissolve for others. You are here to rise. You are not a crutch, a savior, or a sacrifice. You are a mirror, a guide, a soul. And when you remember this, you will stop giving your light to those who only know how to consume it and start sharing it with those who know how to protect and reflect it back. If you're ready to break free from self-erasure and reclaim love that honors your truth, don't hesitate to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's heal this pattern together. 5. Boundaries are the key to healing and empowerment. Empaths must learn that pouring love endlessly into everyone is not a virtue, but a slow erosion of the self. When you give your energy away without restraint, you eventually feel drained, anxious, and invisible even to yourself. What feels like love becomes a cycle of emotional depletion. This is not what spiritual awakening is meant to be. Awakening is not about becoming more available to others. It's about becoming more available to your truth. Without boundaries, your empathy becomes a gateway for others to feed on your light. Not everyone who reaches for your hand is reaching out of love. Some are reaching out of lack of hunger. And if you keep giving, believing it's your responsibility to ease every burden, you will mistake codependency for compassion. True compassion honors both others and yourself. That is why discernment must become your daily spiritual practice. You don't have to absorb everything you feel. You don't have to fix every storm you walk into. You don't have to explain your no. Saying no is not cruelty, it is clarity. Every boundary you set is a message to your own soul. I matter too. It's not selfish to protect your peace. It's sacred. Carl Jung said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And you cannot become that person while constantly shrinking for others. Your light is not a public utility. It is sacred fire. It's not meant to be burned out by the needs of those who only show up to take. And the truth is, some are not drawn to your light for love. They are drawn to consume what they cannot create. The moment you stop apologizing for your energy is the moment you begin to heal. That is when your spiritual wisdom deepens. You begin to notice manipulation masked as praise, guilt trips disguised as requests, and emotional hunger cloaked as need. And when you recognize it, you reclaim your sovereignty. You start to give with intention, not obligation. You speak with love, but stand in truth. You hold space for others without abandoning your own. Every time you honor your energy, your light grows steadier. You stop being reactive and start being grounded. You no longer feel guilty for choosing peace. You no longer feel selfish for resting. You no longer seek validation from those who only love you when you're giving. This is spiritual awakening in motion, the shift from martyrdom to embodiment, from self-neglect to self-respect. And it all begins with boundaries, not as a rejection of love, but as a container for real, healthy, soul-nourishing connection. Do you believe boundaries are sacred? If you do, declare it in the comments. I protect my peace, and I choose healing. 6. Awakening means choosing yourself first. The real transformation of an empath begins the moment they stop apologizing for who they are. They no longer shrink themselves to make others feel comfortable, no longer over-explain to gain acceptance, and no longer wear emotional masks to avoid conflict. Instead, they begin turning their sensitivity inward toward the truth of their own being. This is not selfishness. This is the first step toward healing. Carl Jung called this process individuation, the return to one's authentic self, through the integration of both light and shadow. When an empath lives from trauma, they act out of fear of abandonment, of rejection, of not being enough. But when they live from truth, they reclaim their energy, their voice, and their inner power. Most empaths were conditioned from a young age to prioritize others' needs over their own. They learned to read a room before they learned to read themselves. They absorbed pain that wasn't theirs and carried it as if it were their own. But peace that requires the suppression of your truth is not peace. It is spiritual suffocation. Empaths do not exist to fix everyone. And yet, they often end up becoming emotional caretakers in relationships that drain them. As Jung warned, when you deny the true self to serve the expectations of others, you invite the shadow to take control. In trying to heal others, many empaths unconsciously abandon themselves. The path to healing begins when you decide you will no longer trade your light for temporary approval. Take the story of Sarah, a deeply compassionate woman working in a high-stress corporate environment. She said yes to everything, took on extra tasks, stayed late, made room for others' needs while ignoring her own. At home, she was the same, carrying her partner's emotions, mediating every conflict, trying to be perfect. But perfection is a prison. One evening, after weeks of anxiety and sleepless nights, Sarah broke down. Not because someone hurt her, but because she realized she had betrayed herself. That night marked a turning point. She began to set boundaries, say no, and listen to her body instead of everyone else's voices. Her world didn't fall apart. It expanded. She wasn't cold. She was clear. And that clarity saved her. When an empath begins to choose themselves, everything shifts. The guilt begins to dissolve. The need to explain fades. The energy once used to rescue others now nourishes the soul. This is not the end of empathy. It's the rebirth of it. You are no longer giving from emptiness. You are giving from overflow. Carl Jung taught that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. The moment you stop running on autopilot, serving everyone but yourself, you begin living with intention. And with that intention comes the power to transform not just your life, but your destiny. Spiritual awakening for the empath is not about becoming harder. It's about becoming more honest. It's about recognizing that your light was never meant to be a bargaining chip. It was meant to illuminate your path and inspire others to find their own. Leave a like, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful content like this. If you're ready to choose yourself and live from the truth, Comment below. I choose myself first. This is my awakening. 7. Your light is sacred, not a resource for others to consume. You are not here to be consumed. You are not a power source for others who refuse to find their own. The truth is, you have been giving pieces of your light to people who only know how to take. And still, you wonder why you feel tired down to your soul. You wonder why your energy feels like it's evaporating, why you're constantly recovering from conversations that feel more like battles than exchanges. But let me tell you this, your light is not the problem. It never was. The problem is who you've allowed access to it. You are not too intense. You are not too emotional. You have simply given too much of your sacred essence to those who could never carry it with respect. Carl Jung said, "The brighter the light, the darker the shadow." As empaths, we naturally draw people who live in shadow, those seeking warmth, understanding, and healing. But not all who approach your light come with clean hands. Some come to feed, to absorb what they cannot create, to draw strength from your soul because they've abandoned their own. And if you're not awake to this pattern, if you haven't had your spiritual awakening, you'll keep calling it love, keep calling it friendship, keep calling it being a good person, while your own energy slowly disappears. You've been trained to serve, to carry, to absorb. But now, you must learn to discern. Not everyone who reaches for your light deserves it. Not every soul that clings to you is aligned with your path. Some people are not looking for healing. They are looking for a host. And the moment you stop being useful to their dysfunction, they will label your boundaries as betrayal. They will say, "You've changed." And they will be right. Because this time, you have. You've finally chosen yourself. This is not a call to become cold or hardened. This is a call to become clear. Spiritual wisdom teaches that true love is not sacrifice, it's alignment. When you are aligned with your own light, you no longer feel guilty for not saving everyone. You realize that healing is not something you can do for someone else. It's a path they must choose. And you are not a rescue mission. You are a sovereign soul. You are here to radiate, not repair. You are here to expand, not shrink. Stop apologizing for your intensity. Stop diluting your presence so others feel comfortable. Stop over-explaining your silence to those who only listen when you're in pain. Your energy is not a charity. Your compassion is not endless. And your boundaries are not up for negotiation. You are allowed to retreat. You are allowed to protect your peace. You are allowed to walk away from those who refuse to grow. There is no shame in choosing yourself. There is no guilt in closing doors that lead to cycles of self-abandonment. There is only freedom. There is only the quiet, powerful knowing that your light is not here to be harvested. It is here to illuminate your path. And those meant for you will never require you to go dim just to be accepted. If this message has stirred something deep within you, affirm it in the comments. My light is sacred. I choose to protect my energy and walk in my truth. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful insights like this. Thank you for walking with us through this deep and often unspoken truth. If Jung's warning resonated with your experience, know this: your light is sacred, and not everyone is meant to hold it. Protect your energy. Stand firm in your empathy, but no longer let it be your undoing. If this message spoke to your soul, please like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our next insight into the soul's journey. Until next time, stay aware, stay empowered, and stay in the light. Ten clear signs you are a spiritual healer. He who looks outside dreams. He who looks inside awakens. Carl Jung. Welcome back to Spiritual Wisdom, where we explore the deeper truths of your soul's journey. In today's video, 10 clear signs you are a spiritual healer. We're diving into the powerful signs that reveal your sacred gift to help others heal, awaken, and transform. These insights aren't just for reflection. They're a call to embody your purpose in everyday life. As you watch, think about how these signs show up in your own journey. Are you already living as a healer, or are you just beginning to awaken to that role? Comment below which sign resonated with you most. Your story could inspire someone else's breakthrough. Let's begin this sacred exploration together. 1. You're sensitive to crowds and energies. Spiritual healers are like energetic sponges, absorbing the emotions, pain, and vibrations of everyone around them. This isn't something they choose to do. It's how they're wired. In crowded or chaotic places, they don't just notice the atmosphere, they feel it in their bodies. A healer can walk into a busy room and instantly pick up on tension, sadness, or even unspoken anger, and it can leave them feeling drained without knowing why. This sensitivity often leads to mental fog, emotional exhaustion, or even physical symptoms like headaches or nausea. It's not weakness, it's intuitive intelligence operating on a higher level. Because of this, solitude becomes essential, not optional, necessary. Quiet spaces aren't just preferences, they're energetic sanctuaries. A healer finds comfort in silence, soft nature sounds, or a calm room where their nervous system can breathe again. These environments allow them to release the emotional static they've picked up and return to their own natural frequency. Without this sacred alone time, they risk becoming overwhelmed, anxious, and energetically disoriented. That's why many healers are drawn to meditation, walks in nature, or even long moments of stillness, not as escape, but as medicine for the soul. Yet for much of their lives, healers are misunderstood. They're often told they're too sensitive, too quiet, or too emotional. But this sensitivity is not a flaw, it's a gift. It allows them to tune into suffering others can't even see. They feel what's unspoken. They carry unexpressed grief. Their presence alone often soothes those who are hurting. But in order to continue giving, they must first protect their own light. Boundaries, energetic hygiene, and time alone are not selfish acts. They are survival skills. What most people call overwhelming in healers is actually deep spiritual perception. The body reacts to what the mind doesn't consciously understand. That fatigue after a social gathering, that sudden sadness you couldn't explain, that emotional heaviness that came out of nowhere. It's your soul telling you it's been absorbing too much. Listening to those signals is how you preserve your power. Recharging isn't laziness, it's preparation. A healer's energy is their most powerful tool, and protecting it is part of their sacred duty. If this message resonates with your soul, repeat after me. I honor my sensitivity. I protect my energy. I trust this message is meant for me today. Type it in the comments to affirm your truth and let your healing journey be witnessed. 2. You've been through deep pain or trauma. Many spiritual healers have one thing in common. They've endured intense emotional or physical suffering that most people will never fully understand. Whether it was childhood abuse, abandonment, loss, betrayal, serious illness, or even near-death experiences, these wounds didn't happen by accident. They were part of your soul's deeper preparation, your training ground for the sacred role you were always meant to play. You weren't just surviving trauma. You were being initiated into the kind of wisdom that cannot be taught, only lived. The pain didn't weaken you. It awakened you. Each moment of heartbreak was sharpening your sensitivity. Each storm you endured was cracking open your compassion. These hardships planted seeds of deep empathy and emotional intelligence, the very qualities a true healer must carry. Unlike others, you don't just understand pain, you feel it in others. You know the language of suffering, even in silence. And that's why people instinctively feel safe around you. They sense that you get them, even when they don't have the words. Spiritual healing isn't about having a perfect life or being untouched by difficulty. It's about what you do with the darkness you've known. When others collapse under the weight of emotional pain, you transmute it. You transform it into light, insight, and peace. This is not a talent, it's a soul calling. You don't just carry wounds, you carry medicine. You don't need to fix others. Your energy itself is a healing presence because you've already walked the path from brokenness to breakthrough. Most people run from pain, but you've learned to sit with it. You've made peace with your own shadows and now guide others through theirs. You don't force healing, you hold space for it. You don't lecture, you listen. That's the mark of a true spiritual healer. The ability to stay soft in a world that hardened you. To remain kind when cruelty tried to turn you cold. To rise again and again from ashes that once looked like the end, but were really the beginning. This isn't a weakness. It's the highest form of strength. You've become a channel for grace because you allowed your own story to become a light for others. The very things you thought would break you are now the reasons you can heal. Your scars have turned into symbols of sacred power. Your survival is no longer just survival, it's purpose. And that purpose is what makes you different. It's what draws others in. Your life has become living proof that healing is possible. That's why, even without trying, you bring comfort. Without speaking, you offer calm. You don't need a title or credentials. Your soul already knows what it came here to do. And everything you've been through has prepared you for it. Comment below. My pain has a purpose. If you're ready to turn your past wounds into wisdom and step fully into your healing power. Your story can inspire others. Let's grow through what we've been through together. 3. You've experienced a dark night of the soul. You've gone through what felt like the collapse of your world, a deep inner crisis that left you questioning everything. It wasn't just sadness, it was a soul-level unraveling. You felt disconnected from life, adrift in meaninglessness, maybe even angry at the universe. But somewhere in that darkness, a shift happened. You began to sense things more deeply, feel emotions more intensely, and connect with energy in ways you never did before. This wasn't just suffering, it was awakening. And that experience, though painful, unlocked something sacred within you, the gift of being a spiritual healer. Many who are destined to heal others walk through the fire first. This path echoes the ancient shamanic archetype. In indigenous traditions, the shaman is not chosen for their strength or perfection, but for their wounds. Illness, death, despair, these experiences become the gateway. Through crisis, the shaman is brought to the edge of the known world, stripped of identity, and reborn with the power to guide others. This isn't just mythology. It mirrors what you've lived. Your trauma opened doors to dimensions unseen, to a deeper awareness of spirit, energy, and purpose. In today's society, these initiations are rarely recognized for what they are. You may have been told you were depressed, burned out, or mentally fragile. But what if your breakdown was actually your soul cracking open to let the light in? What if what looked like falling apart was actually falling into alignment with your true calling? Many spiritual healers don't choose their path. The path chooses them through trials that refine their empathy, deepen their compassion, and awaken their inner knowing. Take the story of Anna, a young woman who spent years working in a hospital. After the loss of her child, she fell into profound grief. She withdrew from life, questioning everything she once believed. But in her silence, something stirred. She began to explore meditation, energy work, and holistic healing. Her hands, once trained in clinical tasks, now moved with intuition. Her words became soft medicine. Her pain became her power. Through her own healing, she unlocked a gift she never expected: the ability to bring others peace. When you've walked through your own darkness, you no longer fear the shadows in others. You hold space. You listen without needing to fix. You radiate safety. You recognize pain in someone's eyes because you've seen it in your own. This is what makes you a healer. Not a title, not a certification, but a lived truth etched into your soul. You know how to walk others through their storms because you've survived your own. This is why your trauma matters. It wasn't random. It was a sacred activation. It carved space inside you for more light, more love, more wisdom. Your deepest wound became a doorway, and you chose to step through it. That's the mark of a spiritual healer. You are not just surviving. You are transmitting healing through your presence, your story, and your silent strength. If you've faced your darkest night and feel the light returning, it's not by accident. Comment below. I rise with purpose to affirm your awakening and inspire others on their healing journey. 4. Deep connection with nature. Those who carry the gift of spiritual healing often feel most alive and whole when surrounded by nature. It's not a coincidence. It's a sacred bond. The forest is not just a collection of trees. It becomes a living temple. The ocean doesn't just sparkle, it speaks. You find peace in the rustle of leaves, clarity in the crash of waves, and restoration in the quiet stillness of the mountains. Nature is more than a backdrop to your life. It is the pulse of your soul. You don't simply admire its beauty. You feel its energy, its wisdom, its silent, grounding presence. There's a subtle electricity in the air before a storm that wakes something ancient inside you. There's a message in the sunrise, a rhythm in the wind, and healing in the soil beneath your feet. This connection is so intimate that even your dreams are drawn to it, visions of remote places, serene and untouched, where you live in harmony with the elements. You long for these spaces not to escape, but to return to the simplicity, the quiet power, the truth of who you are when the world is still. In these natural places, you aren't just recharging, you're remembering. You're returning to the frequency of the earth, where your energy aligns effortlessly. Crowded places may feel heavy, City lights may leave you feeling overstimulated or emotionally distant. That's because your soul was never meant to be boxed in. It was born to breathe with the trees and dance with the stars. You are attuned to something ancient and real, and your body responds. You crave sunlight, not just for warmth, but for nourishment. You walk barefoot, not just for comfort, but to ground your energy back into the planet. You might be drawn to herbal remedies, to rivers and moonlight, to the scent of rain, not out of preference, but out of spiritual memory. These aren't hobbies, they're signals, markers of a path you've walked before. This deep connection to nature isn't a coincidence, it's confirmation. Confirmation that your spirit carries the vibration of healing. And nature is the tuning fork that keeps you aligned. In your presence, others begin to feel calmer, clearer, even if they can't explain why. That's the power of someone who is synced with the earth, a natural healer whose energy brings balance without saying a word. If this message has touched your soul, leave a comment of alignment. I feel the healing power of nature flowing through me. I am one with the earth, and peace surrounds me. 5. Your presence lifts others up. Even without saying a word, your presence brings peace to others. You walk into a space, and suddenly, people feel a little calmer, a little lighter. It's not something you try to do, it simply happens. You radiate an energy that shifts the atmosphere, making others feel safe, supported, and seen. This isn't about being the loudest voice in the room. It's about the silent power you carry, the kind that reaches people on a soul level. People may not always be able to explain it, but they are drawn to you. They confide in you. They feel lighter after spending time near you. And often, they leave your presence without the emotional heaviness they came with. It's as if your energy helps them breathe easier, even if you don't say a single word. You're not necessarily giving advice or solutions, you're simply being, and your being is healing. This is the quiet essence of a true spiritual healer. Your ability to soothe others likely stems from your own personal journey. You've faced hardships. You've walked through emotional fire and emerged with compassion as your language. And now, without effort, that compassion extends to others. You hold space for people in a way that allows them to be vulnerable, to release pain, to feel understood without needing to explain themselves. You don't push them to heal. You create an energetic environment where healing naturally unfolds. It's not uncommon for people like you to be mistaken as merely good listeners or easy to talk to. But it goes deeper. Your energy is a sanctuary. Being around you feels like coming home warm, accepting, and peaceful. The emotional clarity others gain isn't from your words, it's from your presence. You absorb what's heavy and radiate what's light. And often, you do it without even realizing it. There's a reason the soul chooses to express healing not just through action, but through presence. A spiritual healer doesn't need a stage. They just need to exist fully and authentically. As you move through the world with this gentle strength, remember that you're playing a vital role. Your presence uplifts not because it's loud, but because it's real. And in a world so often full of noise, your quiet energy speaks volumes. If your presence brings peace to others, it's a sign of your inner light. Don't forget to subscribe for more insights on how your quiet energy can be a powerful force for healing in this world. 6. Extreme emotional sensitivity, empathic abilities. One of the clearest signs you are a spiritual healer lies in your profound emotional sensitivity. You don't just notice someone is upset, you feel it in your own body before they say a word. When someone walks into the room with heavy energy, it hits you like a wave. When joy is present, you absorb it like sunlight. You are an emotional antenna, constantly receiving the signals others don't even know they're broadcasting. This ability to feel so deeply isn't just random, it's sacred. Often labeled as an empath, you carry an innate gift, the power to understand, soothe, and heal through pure presence. People gravitate toward you, drawn not by what you say, but by what they feel around you. Safe, accepted, understood. It's not uncommon for strangers to tell you their life stories, or for friends to say, "I don't know why I'm telling you this, but..." What others see as being too sensitive is actually your strongest healing tool. Your emotions are not a weakness. They are a diagnostic device, letting you sense where pain resides, even if it's hidden behind smiles. It allows you to bring warmth into cold spaces, to comfort someone who hasn't yet found the words for what they're feeling. Sometimes, healing happens not through advice, but through the silent presence of someone who truly sees you. But being this open comes with its own challenges. Crowds can feel overwhelming. Conflict feels like thunder in your chest. Even watching the news can drain your energy. You've likely had moments where you questioned yourself, wondering why you feel everything so intensely. But this is not a flaw. It's a compass. It's guiding you toward who needs your light the most. Take the story of a young woman named Alina. She worked at a busy cafe, and though her job was to serve coffee, her deeper role was unspoken. One day, a customer who looked fine on the outside placed his order. But Alina sensed something, a quiet despair behind his polite smile. As she handed him his cup, she simply said, "Whatever it is, it will pass." The man froze. Tears welled in his eyes. Later, he returned to tell her that her words kept him from making a devastating decision that night. She didn't do anything dramatic. She just felt and let her empathy speak. This is the quiet power of the spiritual healer. Your gift isn't loud or flashy. It's subtle, invisible to the eye, but deeply felt by the heart. And while the world may tell you to toughen up, your task is different. It's to remain soft in a world that has forgotten the strength of tenderness. Your emotional sensitivity is your compass, your radar, your instrument of light. As you continue your path, learn to honor it, protect it, and use it with wisdom. Because when you do, you don't just witness healing, you become it. If this message resonated with your heart, leave a like, subscribe to our channel, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful insights like this. Your sensitivity is a sacred gift, not a weakness. Comment below. My sensitivity is my superpower. Let the world know you embrace your empathic nature with pride. 7. Deep compassion and the urge to help others. You feel it in your chest, the sharp ache when someone else is hurting, even if they never say a word. Their pain becomes your pain. You don't just sympathize, you internalize. This is not weakness. It's the unmistakable signature of a spiritual healer. You were born with a heart that refuses to look away, a soul that cannot stay still in the face of suffering. The need to help others isn't a choice. It's a calling etched into your very being. But this gift, as sacred as it is, demands wisdom. Without it, your compassion can become a trap. You may begin to believe that love means sacrificing your well-being. You might start bending over backwards for others, losing yourself in the process. This is how natural-born healers can fall into patterns of people-pleasing and emotional codependency. You give so much of your energy away that you're left depleted, quietly breaking under the weight of others' wounds. Still, there's a way to serve without surrendering yourself. Take Jessica, for instance, a school counselor with an instinct to care for every troubled student. She once met Mia, a girl who never spoke, never smiled. Instead of trying to fix her, Jessica simply sat beside her each day during lunch. No pressure, no expectations, just presence. Weeks passed. Then one day, Mia whispered, "I feel safe with you." That moment didn't require grand gestures. It was the silent power of grounded compassion. Jessica's ability to hold space, not just offer solutions, became the healing force Mia needed. This is the quiet mastery of a spiritual healer. It's not about rescuing people or absorbing their pain. It's about radiating peace, being a mirror of safety, and understanding that sometimes the most powerful healing comes from simply being there. True healers know when to pour in and when to pull back. They learn to protect their light while still offering warmth. They understand that boundaries are not walls. They're sacred containers that keep their energy clean, focused, and effective. As Ram Dass said, "You can do it like it's a great weight on you, or you can do it like it's part of the dance." To heal wisely is to embrace the dance, to move with grace between caring deeply and standing firmly. To realize that you are not here to carry everyone's burdens, but to remind them that they can carry their own. So if your heart breaks open for the hurting, if your instinct is to reach out, to soothe, to restore, then yes, you are a spiritual healer. But never forget, healing flows from overflow, not emptiness. Your compassion is your power, and your boundaries are what make it sustainable. If this message speaks to your soul, take a deep breath and repeat after me. I am a vessel of compassion, guided by wisdom and protected by healthy boundaries. 8. Vivid and spiritually significant dreams. Vivid dreams that carry spiritual weight are often not just the mind wandering, they're portals. People who are natural spiritual healers tend to be strong dreamers, not because they sleep deeper than others, but because their souls remain awake and alert even in the unconscious state. These dreams are more than just images, they're experiences. During the night, many healers visit the astral plane, a dimension beyond the physical where time bends and the soul can roam freely. In these spaces, they meet spiritual beings, ancestors, or guides who pass on subtle but powerful messages. These encounters don't just feel real, they leave emotional imprints and deep clarity, often offering direction or answers that the waking mind had been seeking. Such dreams often contain messages from the higher self, signs from the universe, or glimpses into the future. Sometimes, you may find yourself dreaming about places you've never visited, but that feel hauntingly familiar, or interacting with beings who speak in symbols rather than words. The body sleeps, but the healer's energy is still in motion, processing, sensing, and absorbing. Many of these dreams come right before or after major shifts, healing crises, awakenings, or transformations because they're meant to prepare, warn, or empower. One may wake up with a strong sense that something needs to be done or changed, without being able to logically explain why. That is spiritual intelligence in motion. When you carry healing energy, you also carry a frequency that aligns with the subtle realms. This means your spirit becomes like a radio receiver, tuned in to higher wavelengths. That's why these dream experiences feel different from regular dreams. They don't vanish upon waking. Instead, they linger, pull at your attention, and reveal new layers of meaning as the days go by. Some even return in patterns or cycles, as if spirit is asking you to pay attention to a lesson you've missed. If your dreams bring healing to your emotions, offer insights you couldn't possibly know, or simply feel like they're more than dreams they probably are. For spiritual healers, these nighttime journeys serve as training grounds. You may be taught how to move energy, how to forgive and release pain, or how to prepare for the next stage of your soul's purpose. Even if the images are symbolic, the healing is real. In fact, many spiritual healers experience physical or emotional shifts after such dreams, waking up lighter, crying without explanation, or feeling drained after a battle that only happened in the astral world. It's because the healing work continues, even while the body rests. When dreams become bridges between dimensions, when sleep becomes a sacred classroom, and when messages flow through images rather than words, this is a sign you are deeply connected to the spiritual world. It is also one of the clearest signs that you are a spiritual healer, even if you haven't yet fully stepped into that role. Have your dreams ever felt more like messages than mere sleep stories? If you've received spiritual insights or powerful visions in your dreams, share your experience in the comments below so others can be inspired. If you haven't explored this realm yet, comment, "I'm ready to receive," and open your heart to divine guidance tonight. 9. People open up to you instantly. People seem to open up to you without hesitation. Within minutes of meeting, strangers begin sharing their deepest fears, heartbreaks, and life stories. They don't know why, but you do. It's your energy. You carry a calm, healing presence that feels like sanctuary to those who are hurting. It's not what you say, it's what you are. You are safe. You are grounding. You are light. This is not random. It's a sign that you are a spiritual healer. People sense that you won't judge them. You listen with your whole being, not just your ears. Your silence is comforting. Your gaze is kind, and your spirit feels like home. Like wounded birds finding shelter in a tree during a storm, broken souls come to rest in your energy. They feel seen without having to explain. They feel heard even before they speak. This is your gift and also your challenge. Because when you carry such a strong healing vibration, people will come to you over and over again. They may not always give back what you offer. Their pain might become your burden if you don't learn to protect your energy. As much as you want to help everyone, you must remember this truth. You can be compassionate without being consumed. You can be open without being emptied. You are not here to save everyone. You are here to remind people they can save themselves. Your path as a healer is not just about comforting others. It's about learning balance. Spiritual healing begins with self-awareness. You must learn to ground your energy, shield your spirit, and release what isn't yours. Breathwork, visualization, prayer, silence, these are your tools. Not just to serve others, but to sustain yourself. Because if you burn out, your light dims, and others need that light more than you know. This ability to attract openness from others is a sacred responsibility. And when you understand how to carry it wisely, you stop absorbing pain and start transforming it. You become a mirror, reflecting strength back to the wounded. You remind them of their power, not by fixing them, but by being fully yourself. That's what makes your presence healing. That's what makes you a true spiritual healer. To affirm your role as a safe space for others, declare your intention to protect your energy while offering light. Comment below. I hold space with grace to honor your gift and inspire others to do the same. 10. Need for solitude to recharge. Being around others constantly drains you not because you don't care, but because you care deeply. As a spiritual healer, you are highly empathic, absorbing not only words, but unspoken emotions, subtle energy shifts, and silent wounds that others may not even realize they carry. This intense sensitivity makes solitude not a luxury, but a lifeline. When you're alone, you're not escaping the world. You're returning to yourself, finding balance after being stretched by the energetic weight of others. Solitude becomes your sacred space to reflect, to reset, and to release everything that is not yours. It is here, in the quiet, that your soul breathes. Without the background noise of others' emotions, you can finally hear your own thoughts. Reconnect with your inner guidance and remember why you are here. This is not isolation. It is alignment. It is not loneliness. It is spiritual clarity. In those moments of stillness, you feel God closer, your energy clears, and your mission as a healer becomes more focused. Empaths and spiritual healers often operate like energetic sponges, soaking in the moods and vibrations of everyone around them. Left unchecked, this constant exchange can lead to fatigue, emotional confusion, or burnout. That's why time alone is essential. It is how you cleanse, how you recharge, and how you protect your sacred frequency. In solitude, you create energetic boundaries that allow you to serve without losing yourself in the process. This is the wisdom of self-preservation, not selfishness. Many people might not understand your need for space. They may label you quiet, distant, or even cold. But deep down, you know that this space is where your power is reborn. It's where you recalibrate your energy so you can return to the world not just present, but empowered. You are not meant to carry everyone's weight endlessly. You are meant to guide, not absorb. Solitude helps you discern that fine line. The more you honor your need to retreat, the stronger your intuition becomes. Divine guidance flows more clearly when you're not distracted by external noise. Your energy field strengthens, your heart stays soft, and your purpose becomes unshakable. In solitude, you are not alone. You are surrounded by peace, truth, and the sacred frequency of your soul. That's why solitude is not only your refuge, it's your resurrection. And remember, these signs are not just traits. They are sacred clues pointing you toward your higher calling. If you've recognized yourself in these messages, it's not by chance. You are here for a reason. The world needs your healing light now more than ever. If this video resonated with your soul, don't keep it to yourself like it. Share it with someone who may need this message today, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more powerful insights. And don't forget to tap the notification bell so you never miss our next awakening video. Your journey as a spiritual healer is just beginning, and we're honored to walk this path with you. Until next time, stay grounded, stay open, and stay aligned with your inner truth. Why you're scared of your own potential. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom, where we dive deep into the truths that awaken the soul. In today's video, why you're scared of your own potential. Carl Jung's deepest truth. We'll uncover the hidden fear that keeps you from stepping into the powerful life you were meant to live. You're not lazy, and you're not lost. You're standing at the edge of your greatness, unsure if you're ready to leap. But growth doesn't happen in comfort. As you listen, reflect on where you might be shrinking yourself. What would happen if you stopped playing small? Leave a comment below. I'm ready to become who I'm meant to be. And let's create a ripple of transformation together. Don't just watch. Apply these truths to your daily life and step into the version of yourself you've been avoiding. Your future self is already watching. Will you rise to meet them? 1. The real struggle is within you. There's a silent conflict inside you, a tug of war between who you are and who you're meant to become. You catch fleeting glimpses of that future self, powerful, centered, deeply loving, and fully aligned. But the moment you see that version of you, something invisible pulls you back. A quiet voice whispers, "You're not ready. Who do you think you are?" And so, you shrink. Not because you don't want to grow, but because something within you fears what that growth demands. You're not afraid of failure. That's a distraction. What you truly fear is the loss of the identity you've built. Growth requires shedding layers of beliefs, habits, versions of yourself that once kept you safe. Becoming the person you were designed to be means leaving behind who people expect you to be. It means stepping into the unknown, where there are no guarantees, only a deep spiritual pull toward expansion. And that's terrifying, because deep down, you know that if you fully become that person, nothing will ever be the same again. Carl Jung called this inner transformation individuation, the process of integrating all the parts of yourself, including the shadow you've long ignored. That shadow doesn't just hold your fears. It also holds your power, your potential, your greatness. And yet, every time you get close to integrating it, the resistance grows louder. That's not weakness, it's wiring. Your nervous system is conditioned to equate the unfamiliar with danger. So even when your evolution is exactly what your soul craves, your body clings to the comfort of the known. This is why you delay. This is why you sabotage. This is why you stay at the edge of your potential, dipping your toes in, but never fully diving. Because diving in would require full commitment and full responsibility. If you succeed, there's no one left to blame. That's a level of ownership most people never reach. But spiritual wisdom reminds you that this fear is not your enemy. It is the threshold, the gateway. It only appears when you are getting close to something sacred. The fear itself is proof that you're on the right path. You don't feel resistance when you're living beneath your capacity. You feel it when you're about to rise. That voice that tells you to wait, to hold back, to stay small, it only gets loud when you're nearing your breakthrough. The bigger your potential, the louder the resistance. It is the final test before the transformation. You must learn to see that inner voice for what it is, a protective mechanism, not a prophecy. It's trying to shield you from disappointment, from rejection, from the unknown. But in doing so, it also shields you from your destiny. True spiritual wisdom teaches that the way forward is not to silence the fear, but to move through it, to carry it with grace, knowing that it is a part of the journey, not the end of it. The power you feel inside isn't a fantasy. It's a memory, a deep soul knowing of who you've always been beneath the noise. Becoming that version of you isn't about striving. It's about allowing yourself to rise, allowing yourself to shine, allowing yourself to be everything you were born to be, without apology. This inner transformation is not easy, but it is sacred. And it begins the moment you stop shrinking from your own light and start stepping toward it, even if your hands are shaking. Have you ever faced the battle between who you are and who you're becoming? If you felt that silent war within, share your experience in the comments so others know they're not alone. If you're just starting to confront it, comment, "I'm ready to grow," and let's walk this path of inner transformation together. 2. You fear success more than failure. What truly holds you back isn't laziness. It's the fear of becoming someone unfamiliar, someone powerful, elevated, and free from the old stories you've used to define yourself. You fear success more than failure because success requires the death of the identity you've carefully built through survival, pain, and limitation. There is a hidden comfort in staying stuck. It allows you to remain relatable, to stay connected to those around you who also play small, and to avoid the loneliness that often comes with expansion. Success demands more than action. It demands transformation. And transformation threatens everything you've used to protect yourself from judgment, rejection, and abandonment. You say you want change, but change means shedding the version of you who depended on being overlooked. The version of you who used pain as a personality trait, who told stories of lack and limitation because they earned sympathy, connection, and safety. Success exposes all the lies you've made peace with. It forces you to confront the fear that maybe, just maybe, you were never as broken as you believed. That maybe, all along, you were powerful, but you were afraid of how much your light would disrupt the spaces you've outgrown. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." The truth is, your unconscious fear of stepping into power is stronger than your desire for healing. You don't fear the work. You fear the version of yourself who no longer needs to explain, justify, or be understood. Because that version of you is unapologetic, clear, radiant, and she scares the part of you still clinging to wounds as identity. Spiritual awakening demands a level of honesty that most people are not ready for. It's not about becoming someone else. It's about remembering who you were before the world convinced you to play small. That's why it feels like a betrayal when you start growing. You fear leaving behind people who love the broken version of you. You fear they'll call you fake, arrogant, or distant once you stop participating in your old patterns. But you are not responsible for the comfort of others at the expense of your own evolution. Success isn't about what you achieve. It's about what you're willing to release. The need for approval, the fear of being alone, the illusion that staying small keeps you safe. These are chains, not anchors, and you know it. That's why you delay. That's why you sabotage. Not because you're weak, but because deep down, you know your rise will cost you your past. And yet, everything you desire lives beyond that fear. You weren't born to be relatable. You were born to be revolutionary. You were born to be the one who breaks generational patterns, who redefines what is possible, who stops waiting for permission and starts embodying truth. Your spiritual awakening is not a soft whisper. It is a loud, disruptive call from your higher self, demanding that you rise, not in spite of your fear, but because of it. If you're ready to stop shrinking from your own greatness, comment below. I am ready to become who I'm meant to be. Let this be your first step toward embracing the success you once feared. 3. Healing isn't the same as transformation. Healing and transformation are not the same, and deep down, you know it. Healing lets you hide. It lets you retreat into your mind, talk about your pain, intellectualize your past, and find comfort in rituals that feel safe. But transformation, that's the moment your healing becomes visible. That's when your growth stops being an idea and becomes a decision. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Transformation is exactly that, waking up to your own patterns and finally choosing to break them, no matter how uncomfortable it feels. You can journal every morning, go to therapy for years, and memorize every trauma response, but none of it matters if you're still letting fear dictate your choices. You can know everything about your past and still avoid stepping into your future. That's the trap of surface-level healing. It feels like movement, but it's really maintenance. You stay stuck in the same cycles because healing alone doesn't require exposure. It doesn't ask you to confront the people who cross your boundaries or walk away from relationships that drain you. It allows you to process your pain, but not necessarily to outgrow it. Modern life makes this even easier to hide. You can create a perfect Instagram persona, follow all the self-help accounts, and still be scared to speak up in a meeting. You can repost quotes about self-love, but shrink when someone challenges your worth. You can label your silence as protecting your peace, when it's actually just avoiding confrontation. The truth is, healing can be a disguise, a polished excuse for staying small. And you wear it so well, you might even convince yourself you're evolving. But transformation doesn't lie. It shows in the way you speak up when you used to stay quiet. It shows in the way you walk away when you once begged to stay. It shows in the way you no longer seek validation from people who once made you feel invisible. It's in your actions, not your affirmations. And it's in the courage to become someone new, not because the old you was broken, but because the new you is finally ready to live. Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom reveals that transformation isn't about fixing yourself. It's about finding yourself beneath all the roles you were conditioned to play. It's about shedding the layers of identity that kept you palatable, agreeable, and invisible. It's not about becoming better. It's about becoming real. And realness requires visibility. You can't stay hidden and hope to be free. So if you're still repeating the same story to justify your limits, it's time to stop. If you're still calling avoidance healing, it's time to be honest. Because the real shift begins when you stop letting pain speak for you. The real change begins when you stop waiting to be perfectly healed before you start living differently. Healing is helpful, but transformation is sacred. It demands the death of who you were in order to birth who you're meant to become. And only one of those will set you free. If this message opened your eyes to the difference between healing and true transformation, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. Let's grow together as we step beyond comfort and into real change. 4. Your nervous system. Mistakes. Growth for danger. Your nervous system isn't resisting success because you're lazy or broken. It's resisting because somewhere along the way, it learned that visibility, peace, and personal power are dangerous. Maybe you were ridiculed when you were confident, ignored when you were authentic, or rejected for simply being yourself. And so now, every time you step toward growth, your body doesn't interpret it as liberation. It interprets it as risk. That's why the closer you get to the life you say you want, the more likely you are to procrastinate, sabotage, withdraw, or overthink. Not because you're not ready, but because your nervous system is stuck in survival mode. The truth is, self-sabotage is not self-hatred. It's self-protection. Your nervous system is like a thermostat, programmed to keep your experience within a safe range. Too much peace? Must be a setup. Too much attention? Must be danger. Too much joy? Better tone it down. This internal alarm system was useful once. It shielded you from trauma, rejection, abandonment. But now, it keeps you looping in patterns that no longer serve the person you're becoming. It doesn't care if your dream is beautiful. It only cares if it's familiar. Spiritual wisdom teaches that transformation isn't just about mindset. It's about memory, body memory. Your body holds the score of every moment you were punished for shining. That's why affirmations alone won't save you. You have to reintroduce safety into your system. You have to show your body over and over that peace is not a trap, that joy won't get you exiled, that your voice no longer puts you at risk. Each time you show up in your fullness and don't get hurt, your nervous system updates the script. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." What he meant was this: if you don't become aware of the invisible rules your body is following, you will keep playing small and calling it divine timing. You'll say, "Maybe I'm not meant for this," when in reality, your body is just terrified of repeating old wounds. And so the healing is not in forcing growth, but in befriending the resistance, in pausing when you want to run, in breathing through the urge to disappear, in giving yourself the safety you were never given before. This is what spiritual awakening really feels like. It's not always light and easy. Sometimes it's trembling hands before speaking your truth, a racing heart before accepting praise, tears you can't explain when you finally rest without guilt. You are not just breaking patterns, you're breaking ancient contracts. The ones that told you to be small, to be safe, to be silent, to be loved, to be invisible, to be accepted. And with every sacred step you take toward visibility, peace, and power, you rewrite those agreements. You are not behind. You are not broken. You are simply learning how to exist in a body that was trained for survival, not freedom. The fear you feel isn't failure. It's the signal that you are entering holy ground. And that is where the deepest spiritual wisdom lives. Not in the absence of fear, but in the willingness to walk through it. Do you resonate with this truth? If you're ready to break free from your nervous system's old patterns and step into aligned growth, declare it in the comments. I am safe to grow. I am ready to rise. 5. Shame and old wounds keep you small. You've been taught through trauma, silence, and subtle rejection that your light is dangerous, that your voice is too loud, your dreams too bold, your presence too much. Somewhere along the way, you internalized a message: don't shine too brightly or you'll be abandoned. So, you adapted. You minimized your desires, apologized for your joy, and tucked your true self into a corner. This wasn't weakness, it was survival. But survival is not your destiny. There is something inside you aching to be seen, to be felt, to take up space without fear of consequence. And yet, just as you begin to rise, shame pulls you back into the shadows. Shame is not just a feeling, it's a force. Carl Jung called it a soul-eating emotion because it consumes the parts of you that long to live freely. It tells you to stay quiet when your heart wants to roar. It whispers that you're too much when you dare to dream. It creates a feedback loop where every attempt to grow is met with a haunting echo of unworthiness. This isn't your fault. You inherited emotional wounds from the environments you grew up in, from caregivers who were afraid of their own power, from societies that reward obedience over authenticity. You were trained to self-abandon in exchange for approval. But a spiritual awakening begins the moment you question that conditioning. It begins when you feel the weight of silence and choose to speak anyway. It begins when you notice the ways you've been shrinking, and you decide to stretch beyond them. You begin to understand that the fear isn't of failure, it's of visibility. Because being seen means being vulnerable. Being powerful means being responsible for what you create. But here's the truth. Your authenticity is your gift. Your presence alone is a disruption to systems built on control and conformity. That's why it feels so hard. That's why others may not clap for you when you start to evolve. But your soul didn't come here to be clapped for. It came to remember its mission. And still, your nervous system may fight you. It may interpret peace as a threat because chaos once felt like home. You may find yourself pulling back just as things start to work out. This is the residue of old wounds playing out in real time. But you are not broken. You are rewiring. Every time you choose to stay when your impulse is to run, every time you speak when shame says be silent, you're creating new patterns. You're not just healing yourself, you're undoing generations of fear-based conditioning. And that matters, because your light, once buried under years of guilt and doubt, is powerful enough to break those chains. You don't need to be fearless. You just need to be willing. Willing to walk toward what scares you. Willing to reclaim the parts of you that were cast aside. Willing to believe that you don't need to shrink in order to be safe. The moment you stop apologizing for your truth is the moment shame loses its grip. And that's when the spiritual awakening deepens, not as a moment, but as a way of being. Not as escape, but as embodiment. Not as a spark, but as fire. If this message spoke to you, leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful content like this. You are not here to shrink. You are here to shine. Comment below. I deserve to live fully and unapologetically. 6. Your potential is already within you. What you're longing for isn't some wild fantasy. It's a soul memory, a truth buried beneath layers of fear, perfectionism, and self-doubt. Carl Jung taught that the path to becoming isn't about adding something new, but about uncovering what's already inside. The voice that whispers to you in quiet moments, the glimpse of the person you could be when you're not shrinking back. That's not imagination. That's recognition. Your gifts, your calling, your power, they're already within you. But they require your permission to come alive. Perfectionism becomes the elegant excuse. You wait until you feel more prepared, more accomplished, more confident, telling yourself you just need more time. But beneath that delay is fear. Fear that you might fail, even when you give your all. That fear keeps you safe, but stagnant. As Jung said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. But that privilege demands bravery. It requires facing not only your wounds, but the terrifying beauty of your own potential. You keep waiting for someone to approve your dream, your parents, your boss, society, but no one else has the authority to validate your life. The real shift happens the moment you stop outsourcing your power. You don't need a green light to become who you were always meant to be. You just need to say yes to yourself. A woman once spent over a decade saying she wanted to be a writer. Her journals were filled with stories, but she never shared them. She was always waiting for the right moment, a better routine, a mentor, a sign. Then one evening, after reading Carl Jung's teachings on the shadow self, something clicked. She wasn't afraid of failure. She was afraid of transformation. She knew that stepping into her potential would force her to leave behind the comfort of being unseen. That week, she started writing publicly, not perfectly, just consistently. And that decision changed her life. Not because of the book she published 2 years later, but because she finally met the version of herself that had always been waiting. This is the essence of spiritual awakening. It's not a lightning bolt, it's a quiet choice. A choice to no longer be a prisoner of the past. A choice to stop numbing yourself with distraction and self-doubt. A choice to stop pretending you don't know who you are, because you do, and you always have. But you've been afraid of what stepping into that truth would cost. Jung believed that what we avoid owns us. The more you resist your potential, the more it haunts you. But when you turn and face it, when you stop apologizing for your light, you begin to reclaim your life. That's the real work. Not waiting, not wishing, but walking. Even with trembling hands and an unsteady heart. Your past doesn't get to decide your worth. Your pain doesn't get to dictate your path. The moment you take responsibility, the moment you stop blaming your history or your circumstances, everything begins to shift. The world responds not to your wounds, but to your willingness. Every step toward your truth becomes a homecoming, not to something new, but to something ancient, something sacred, something that's always been inside you, patiently waiting for your return. If you're still here, it means you're ready to remember who you truly are. Comment below. I claim my power to affirm it. 7. The moment of awakening starts with a choice. You don't need a master plan to change your life, just the courage to say yes to the version of yourself that you keep hiding. Not the polished version, not the one that's ready, but the one that's real. Every time you make a decision that honors your truth instead of your fear, you begin to rewire your nervous system. You stop running old scripts, stop negotiating with anxiety, and start building the emotional muscle of alignment. Growth doesn't demand perfection, it asks for honesty. And healing doesn't begin with knowing all the answers. It begins the moment you decide to stop betraying yourself. Each choice to move toward your potential, no matter how small, breaks a layer of psychological conditioning. That tension you feel? It's not a weakness. It's resistance leaving your body. It's your old identity realizing it's being replaced. And that is terrifying, because deep down, you know success will demand a death. The death of the you that settled, that played small, that made herself easy to digest for a world that never took the time to truly taste her. This is why most people stall at the threshold of their evolution. They don't fear failure. They fear responsibility. They fear becoming so powerful that their excuses no longer work. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." You've already felt that truth. Every time you pulled back just as something was about to bloom. Every time you ghosted an opportunity that scared you. Every time you knew you were meant for more, but stayed quiet stayed nice, stayed invisible. Not because you were lazy, not because you didn't care, but because your nervous system wasn't wired yet to receive the weight of your own brilliance. Spiritual wisdom reminds us that awakening is not a singular moment of enlightenment. It's a series of small rebellions. It's choosing presence over performance. It's honoring the voice within, even when the world around you grows louder. It's recognizing that fear is not your enemy, it's your compass. The presence of fear doesn't mean you're on the wrong path. Often, it means you're finally walking the right one, because truth has a cost. And the cost is everything that was never really you. When you stop negotiating with fear and start moving with clarity, life begins to transform. The shift is subtle at first. You don't yell louder. You breathe deeper. You don't need to explain yourself. You simply embody the message. You don't chase energy. You become the one others feel safe around. And from this place, the old urgency fades. The need to be understood dissolves. Because you are no longer living for permission, you are living from permission. The permission to exist as you are, unmasked and unafraid. Your healing doesn't need applause. It needs consistency. It needs truth in the moments when no one is watching. That's how the spiritual rewiring happens. That's how your nervous system recalibrates. Not through dramatic moments, but through quiet choices to stay aligned. And that is how transformation becomes permanent, not because you changed everything at once, but because you kept showing up, day after day, for the version of you that once felt too big to become. To affirm your commitment to awakening and align transformation, comment below, "I choose truth over fear." Your words can spark courage in someone else's journey. And if this message resonates, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a moment of growth. So, if you've ever felt that strange fear rise up just as you get closer to becoming who you truly are, you're not alone. It's not a weakness. It's your soul standing at the edge of transformation, trembling not from doubt, but from the weight of your own power. As Carl Jung once said, your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. The journey inward is the scariest and the most necessary. If this message spoke to something deep within you, help us keep sharing this kind of truth with the world. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and make sure to turn on notifications so you never miss a moment of awakening. Your growth matters, and you are more ready than you realize.